Am I? That was a dumb question. I didn't even have the start button running. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Oh, we're live. Did that fix it? Am I a smart streamer boy? Oh, yeah. We're a smart streamer boy. Beep, beep, boop, boop, check. Oh, we're live. Did that fix it? Am I a smart streamer boy? Oh, yeah. Damn, I didn't realize how behind YouTube beep, beep, boop, boop, check. That's crazy. YouTube is like significantly behind Twitch. Like, I think if I say pee pee poo poo check right now, it'll come up. I think if I say pee pee poo poo check right now, it'll come up. I think if I say pee pee yeah, like that's crazy. That's crazy. Twitch is so much ahead. Sorry, YouTube. Twitch got in first. I don't know. My YouTube stream decided to change on me. I don't know. To be honest, y'all, I don't really get streaming. I don't get how it all works. I just know that if I put stuff in places and press go live, it lets me talk to y'all. So, chat, we got to lock in today because today is the last stream before Italy. And I have, look at this shit. Actually, let me show you guys. Y'all, we got one. Okay, actually, this is like half. We got half of a story because this is one of the top most upvoted stories for the month, and it has a new update on it, but it's not even on this post. It's up here. So they did include a new update to this, so I want to wrap that up. To another half. This one is a story that we read a long time ago in April, or for the top most upvoted in April video. But there's a brand new update for it. So we're going to read that new update. But then what is that? What are we at? Like 3 now? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh shit, I lied. With those halves, we're probably more at 10. But yeah, we got a lot. This is a lock-in stream, chat. This is definitely a stream where we got to lock in a little bit. Why do I feel like... Oh, just kidding. Okay, I thought... Nope. Ignore me. Ignore me. I'm just dumb. I am stupid, chat. Oh, wait, guys. Real quick. I gotta show this off because I'm very proud of this. My dad gave me this watch, like, when I was in college. Like, years ago. And at the time, I didn't appreciate it. My dad was just like, oh, I have this watch. I never wear it. If you'd like it, you can have it. The battery's dead and you need to get it resized. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. I'm not going to say no to a free watch. Turns out this is actually like a pretty nice watch. It's a Seiko. Since I'm going to I'm going to Italy for mainly a wedding. Not mainly. Part of it is to vlog and have fun. But the main catalyst for it was the wedding. And I'm now a groomsman too. So I was like, okay, let me go have a nice watch for that. So I got it. I got the battery changed in it. I got it cleaned. And I got it resized yesterday. And so now I'm just kind of wearing it because I haven't worn like a real watch in forever. I always only wear like my Apple Watch. So, but yeah, had to flex this. I sent a picture to my dad, and in typical dad form, like me being all like sentimental, like, hey, I don't remember I don't remember, or excuse me, I don't know if you'll remember, like you gave me this watch probably like 5 years ago. I finally got it resized, like cleaned, polished, whatever. I really like it. Thank you. And he just liked the message. Me trying to connect with my boomer dad, with my boomer ass dad, try to get emotional and sentimental, and bro just hit me with the we fucking love Scotty Boy, bro. We love Scotty Boy. I love that man. He's there's no beans right now. I love that man. Let me say hi to some people real quick. Oh shit, Raya's the first one in here. Raya, we're so close. We're so close, guys. If you guys don't know, Raya is gonna help me with my clips channel, my Reddit one and my other one. And I was like, I'm not gonna hire you until that clips channel is monetized, but we're getting there. It's really close. Right now we're chatting a little bit before the stream. What up, Roadkill? What up, Professor Cloudy? Marminodes, hello. Kessiak, hello. Rebecca, hello. Not so average human being, hello. Oh fuck, Gia. I hope I didn't butcher that. Gia is drunk. Welcome to the stream. Chills Factor, what up? Asian Fury, I already said hi to you, kind of, but hello again. Memarissa, hello. Lesbian Wolf, always good to see ya. Spectre, good to see ya. Eve, good to see ya. Celia, good to see ya. Aspen, hello. Sunny, hello. Charlie Yeast in the house. Lauren, what up? Teshuri, what up? Evil Core, what up? Sleepy Jellyfish, hello. Oh, hi, Sam. I hope you're having a good day at work. What up? Leah, what up? Dully Dust, hello. Citrus Goat, hello. Davey, hello. If you don't lock in, you'll be streaming until 2 a.m. Bro, I'll lock in. Don't you worry, chat. Don't you fucking worry. We're going to speed run it. We're going to speed run it for sure. I just have to not get distracted. Guys, also, by the way, the doors are closed. My sister is here. My sister's in town, and she's like, I wouldn't mind going on stream if I, like, could prep for it, but she just, like, woke up and now she's working. So that's why the doors are closed. We do need to lock in, though. We do need to lock in, and Beans is a little bit of a distraction, I can't lie. But just that's why. I'm not punishing Beans or anything like that, and I know you guys are going to accuse me of punishing Beans, but I promise that's not the case. I promise that's not the case. It's just my sister's here. I want her to be able to roam freely in my apartment without having to worry about that shit, you know? Davey, what up? Citrus Goat, what up? Lunar Slate, what up? Kamood, welcome. Willow, welcome. Oh my god, Dragon is in here. What up, Dragon? Hello, chat. It's 1 a.m. Dragon, where are you from? 1 a.m. That's crazy work. Mad Granola, good to see you again. Fuck, I lost my spot. I hate it when it does that shit. Cree, I'm joining y'all on my lunch break. I hope you're enjoying your lunch break, Cree. Look at you, bro. Big girl job and everything. Cree, I feel like you've been around long enough to where I like know your phases of life, you know? Like I knew you no, you know what? I might have only known you in your engagement. I don't know if I knew you pre-engagement, but I'm trying to remember. I think I maybe might have known you pre-engagement, but I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. G and Gray and I don't know. G, welcome to the stream. Joan of Arc, welcome. Simpatosh, welcome. Such a dad response, dude. It was a dad response. I was like, Dad, I was trying to be sentimental and cute. Like I was like being cute with it. I was like, you know, like finally did it. I really appreciate it. Bro just didn't respond. It looks nice. Love it, Seiko. Thank you, Sam. Envy Strawberry, hello. Orlac, hello. Stitch Witch, hello. Mitch Sona, hello. Franny Bear, hello. Go subscribe to the Clips channel so I can get my bag up. Exactly, guys. Here, let me drop the links actually for you guys. If y'all wanna support real quick. Drop in links. Oh, I also didn't drop the Discord. I need to do that. Raya, remind me when I get back from my trip, I need to set up a bot in stream that drops the links to these Clips channels. Okay, there's this is the one I just sent is going to be the casual Clips channel. This is where like the clips from like of me like doing shit not Reddit related is going to go, and then this one is a what is that one? That one is my Reddit Clips channel that we're working on getting monetized so that Raya can get her bag up. And then let me send the Discord in here too, because I will forget to send that if I don't send that right now. Perfect. Let me go over here. Don't need to be revealing shit to you guys like that. Get the bag, Raya. We love it. Yeah, bro. I was literally like a lot of streamers, they'll like promise people money or whatever. They'll promise editors money for like doing free work for them. I refuse to do that. I was like, Raya, I'm not going to throw you on this shit unless I know that you can make money right off the rip, you know? So this will be good. The channel's super close, chat. So if you guys want to watch a video or two, I've been uploading like a lot of older clips to it too. So like a lot of them you might not remember or maybe not even seen if you're kind of brand new here. Let me keep saying hi to people real quick. Franny Bear, welcome. Little Flower, welcome. Funky Pharaoh, welcome to the stream. Bia, welcome. Damn, y'all, Ben hates me. I mean, you should know, Asian Fury. I've been hating on you. Martin, what up? Arizbeth, what up? Oh, fuck me, dog. Ari Loca, welcome to the stream. Also, I swear I've seen that Monin coffee syrup everywhere since you mentioned it. This is so funny, Asian Fury, because my sister, who I got that for, is here right now. I almost ordered some for her. It's so funny, too, because I feel like I've had the same experience. Like, I saw coffee syrup, but then once I knew the brand name, now I know it consistently. Oh, shit, chicken sandwich in the house. Hey, y'all, I'm also at work. Hell yeah, I hope you have a great day at work, chicken sandwich. I don't know how your work goes. I don't know if you can listen to me. Probably not if you're a tailor, because you probably have to listen to your customers while you're measuring them and shit. What up, Crystal? What up, Destiny? What up, Jake Online? Althea, welcome. Nightberry, welcome. Theo, welcome. Midday stream. Yeah, I mean, honestly, all this is when I want to be streaming. I just, honestly, I'm honest. I just need to fucking kick my ass into gear. When I get back from Italy, y'all, I need to kick my ass in gear so heavy. I need to be better. I need to be better. But, yeah, I'm trying. I gotta knock out stuff before my sister's off of work at 3. And then my sister and I are gonna go shopping. We're gonna go shopping for some shit. And then we're gonna go grab dinner somewhere. My sister's vegan, so I'm taking her to this great vegan place that I went to recently. Shit, I don't remember who's the last person. I said hi to Theo. That's who I said hi to. Alana! Whoa, early stream. It do kind of be an early stream. What up, Evil Core? I switched to Twitch. Let's go. Thank you guys for making me feel like a real streamer. A real Twitch boy. What up, Ariel? Crashing out. It's the crashing out channel. I mean, low-key chat, it a little bit is. It do kind of little bit be a crash out channel. I can't even lie. I can't even lie. Chicken sandwich kind of cooked with that. At least right now with the clips. Ren you in, welcome to the stream. Watching the stream while I'm on my way to work. I hope you have a good day at work. And we know it's not racist because Ben is also Asian. When are you going to reveal the bean sign photo? Fuck, you're totally right. I also need to do that after Italy. I have all the stuff, chat. I really do. I just haven't pulled the trigger on it. Eve is bored. Welcome to the stream. It's been a minute. What up, littlest bees? Blair Mew, welcome. Kira, welcome. Leah Phi, good to see ya. Marina, welcome to the stream. Boy, you got a lock in. I know, but I gotta say hi to everybody first. What up, Love Music? What up, Lil Herb? Lil Herb, it's good to see you in here. Good to see ya, chat. Yeah, we definitely got a lock in here. Oh, yeah, we definitely should probably get started, huh? Huh? Chat, should we get rocking and rolling? Is that what we're doing? Let me look at this actually real quick. Let me look at my little master sheet. Okay, this one's recorded. This one is edited in process. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to organize my shit. I feel so bad, bro. My editor, like, has to put up with my dumb shit. Okay, I'm going to start from back to front. We're going to start from back to front. Hey, what's up, Emmy? What up, Firecats? Pep Kane, good to see you. Seeing Sarby crash out is so funny. Wow, I'm glad you guys really enjoy me crashing out. Hey, see ya, Raya. Thanks for coming through. My boss isn't here today, so I think I can listen while I work. Hell yeah, Cree. I don't know why, but your voice is like those pools which make you fall asleep because how peaceful they are. Oh my god, that's such a compliment. Y'all, I'm gonna be so real. I feel like my voice is annoying. This is like really like nice to hear from you guys because like I genuinely think my voice is so annoying sometimes. But I'm glad you guys disagree with that. What up, Harjim? What up, Shandizzle? It's sadly hard to at people on here, like on YouTube. Is it really that hard? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. YouTube's live streaming capabilities are a little lesser than Twitch's, in my opinion. Which is why I recommend if you want to, you know, be a homie, come on over to Twitch. I feel like the live stream experience is better on Twitch. Don't get me wrong, Twitch it takes like a little while to get used to. But I feel like the whole experience is usually better. That's so funny. I'm glad you guys don't think I'm annoying. Sarby equals sensory deprivation tank. Okay, okay. I think everyone thinks their voice is annoying. I can't hear myself when we karaoke and people record. Okay, all right. Kubin, what up? Oh shit, Mad Granola moved over to YouTube. I spent hours trying to find Am I the A-hole streamer to fall asleep to and finally landed on you. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm glad you guys enjoy it. That was like a really pleasant surprise, was people telling me like, oh, I fall asleep to your voice. I was like, what? I did. Actually, I told you guys I ran into this gal. I was like shooting a stream with my friend and the videographer brought his girlfriend and the girlfriend listened to my videos. And she was saying, she's like, oh, you sound, I was like, yeah, like I probably, because I walked up and I spoke to one of them and she's like, I recognize you because your voice. And I was like, oh, that's so funny. I've always thought my voice might not sound exactly the same because I do add some like edits and like filters and stuff like that. And she's like, no, you sound exactly the same as your videos. And I was like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hey, what up, Fourth Pine Cone, was it? Hi, accidentally saw the stream. Hey, that's the best accident I ever heard of. Other than you. I'm sorry. That was mean. That was really mean. It's my bad, Fourth Pine Cone. You'd not deserve that stray. You'd not deserve that stray. Getting paid to watch Sarby right now? Hell yeah. What up, Ashton? Welcome. I use your VOD / videos as a way to lock in. Hell yeah. Let's lock in today, chat. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I was an accident. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, what up, Elena? What up, Lee? Lee? Ah, okay, you can't ping people on mobile. Unfortunately, I was a wanted child. You guys are funny. What up, strangers online? All right, chat, let's log in here, huh? We got stories to read. We got places to go. I want to be done with this stream hopefully before 1. I feel like that's super ambitious with how fucking ADHD I am, but I think it's possible. I think it's totally possible, chat. I think it's possible. Okay. Chat, we got a bunch. For those who weren't here at the beginning of the stream, we got lots of stories today. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8.5, 9.5, 10. We got 10 stories today, chat. 10 stories. So, without further ado, guys, let's get rocking and ripping on this. All right? No slacking. No slacking. I can't let you guys distract me too much today. All right? We got to read stories. Oh, Sammy's in here. What's up, Sammy? Always good to see an OG. Chat, if you guys are on YouTube, could you guys like up the stream? We got 63 people watching. Only oh my God, Lil Herb, you motherfucker. Lil Herb. Remember when I said I need to lock in? I'm just playing. Guys, Lil Herb just dropped 10 gifted memberships in the YouTube. If you guys get a gifted membership from anybody, specifically in this case, Lil Herb, I need y'all to say thank you. All right? We got good manners, chat. We got good manners in the house. Good manners. Lil Herb, thank you for supporting me. I appreciate y'all. I'm waiting for somebody to say thank you in chat. Where are the thank yous for Lil Herb? You going to Italy? Yeah. Alrighty, chat. Love the good manners, y'all. Love the good manners. All right, here we go. Is this one long? Ooh, this one's a good one. This one's a meaty one, chat. All right, here we go. Am I the a-hole for not wanting to be disinvited from a trip I planned? Originally posted to r/am I the a-hole on December 11th, 2022. I, 27 female, planned a ski trip with my boyfriend, 29 male, and some of our friends. Mostly his friends. We booked it in advance, told them about it, let them know they could come or not. We planned on bringing our computers to have a LAN party while we were there. My boyfriend and I gamed together. Once a few people wanted to go, we were really excited. Recently, I learned as we arrived at someone's house to watch a game together as a group that I am not invited on the trip any longer. because one of his friend's girlfriends couldn't come due to work, and now it's going to be a guy's trip. I feel pretty hurt. I got upset and asked them what right they had to disinvite me from a trip that I planned and to basically make it no women allowed for some odd reason. In parentheses, we plan things all the time and I attend. We share the same interests a lot of the time, so I'm confused and bothered by the implication that I'd be distracting / in the way / make it less fun. They brushed it off, so they are going now without me or anyone else with a vagina, I guess. I mean, girl, let's start looking into the cancellation policy. Also, did she put her money towards this? Like, that's insane. I would just show up. I would either just show up or I'd cancel the trip without telling them. Like, the fuck do you mean that you're like the fuck do you mean you're not allowed to go? Y'all, this might be dramatic of me, but I think something like this is breakup worthy. Like, if your partner doesn't respect you enough to go to bat for you to come on this trip that you had already planned on going on, that's a pretty dog shit partner. I've never understood those people who are like, oh, I'm gonna pick my boys over my girlfriend. Like, no, bro, you pick your girlfriend every fucking time. Oh, here we go. Now it's about the boyfriend. Now we get some context around the boyfriend. My boyfriend feels torn. He is kind of a people pleaser and doesn't want to make waves. His friends say weird shit sometimes about women and say they are joking, but this makes me feel like they actually meant those things and don't even think of me as a friend. In parentheses, straw/back situation, as some other things have happened that were similar. But I brushed it off as my misunderstanding at the time. What is, chat, what is straw/back situation? Chicken Sandwich says he is kind of a people pleaser equals a bitch. No, for real. Like, listen, I can understand people being, like, I can understand wanting people to like you, but at a certain point, if someone's disrespecting your partner and your partner doesn't deserve that disrespect, dude, it doesn't matter how much of a people pleaser you are. You gotta nut the fuck up. I don't really understand what this line is even trying to say, chat. I really don't. But what I'm getting is these friends might be misogynistic. Which, like, yeah, maybe your boyfriend feels torn, but then that makes me feel like, why the fuck does he hang out with these friends so much? You know? Instead of also being their friend, I'm just their friend's girlfriend, which really hurts because I've really been there for a lot of these guys and gone out of my way for them. For example, one of them projectile vomited in a bathroom at a friend's house everywhere and got embarrassed and didn't know how to clean it while drunk. So I cleaned it up for them. I have hosted at my house and always try to make it fun. I don't understand. I told them it was fucked up and I planned the trip so they don't get to decide that. They basically acted like I was being emotional and just needed to get over it. I have refused to talk to some of them since then. Everyone is acting like I don't want them to go and do things just the guys, and I am being controlling. The narrative has been lost amongst our friends, and I am being painted as a villain compared to other women who were going, who are cool with it. Yo, this sounds like a toxic ass friend group. Like, I think OP needs to reevaluate not only the relationship with this friend group, but the relationship with the boyfriend if he chooses to associate himself with this friend group. Like, you are the people that you hang out with. I truly believe that. If these are the people that your boyfriend is hanging out with all the time, and he probably sees behind the mask, like, you're getting a tiny, tiny glimpse of these men and how they think it's okay to operate with other women. He sees the full thing if he's really their good friend. I don't know, man. This is mad fucked up, at least to me. When, to be honest, I don't give a shit that they go. To be honest, I don't give a shit. They go out all the time for guys' nights and guys' trips. I just want to enjoy the trip I planned, regardless of being a girl or not. I don't think telling them I'm coming anyway would even do anything. I can't imagine going now with how they are. I can't imagine going now with how they clearly feel. That would be really awkward, probably. But it has created a rift between my dude and his friends, and they are telling him in being. Oh, but they are telling him I'm being unreasonable and overreacting. And he is talking about not going and is really pissed at them, but doesn't want to ruin the friend group dynamic. Yeah, dude, I have to say, your boyfriend's a baby back bitch. If he's not able to realize that he's not ruining the friendship dynamic, his friends are ruining the friendship dynamic. Do you really want this man to be the father of your children if that's what you guys decide to do? Do you really think he's going to be an adequate partner if he can't just like nut the fuck up and tell his friends tell his friends that they're being stupid? Like, this is honestly, y'all, like, this is an ick. This is disgusting. Like, this is a no-brainer. You choose your girlfriend's side. You tell them they're being ridiculous. You tell them they're not invited, and you're just going to go with your girlfriend. It's a pretty easy decision, and your boyfriend is struggling to come to a decision. Snip, snip, chop, chop. In my opinion. I know I can just plan something else, but this sucks. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, I'm going... easy not the a-hole. Easy not the a-hole. Reevaluate your relationship and your friendships. That's crazy. I also would do everything in your power to make sure that they don't go on this trip. High key. Me personally, I'm a big fan of the cancel everything, let them use their flights to get out there, and then realize that they don't have a place to stay. Because fuck them, bro. If you guys want to do a boys trip, that's fine, but don't take a trip that someone else planned and then tell them they can't go, especially when it's the girlfriend of one of your good friends. To be honest, y'all, I also think it's a major red flag in either one direction or both directions if their friends don't like, if your partner's friends don't like you or vice versa, and there's not a good reason for it. Like, unless OP is hiding something from us, there's no reason why these friends should be acting like this with her. Like, to be honest, y'all, a lot of my friends, girlfriends, and or wives are like second guys, like second, what do you call it? Like, they're like one of the boys for me. Like, shout out my boy Matt and his girlfriend Allie. Dude, Allie, I have a crazy story with my friend's girlfriend Allie where she took my phone and helped me get a girl from Tinder to the bar. Like, she took my phone and started rizzing up this girl for me to get her to the bar. Like, she is honorary one of the boys. Like, and she will forever have that. She will forever have that. Shout out, Allie. I'm gonna send that little snippet to her. I'm gonna be like, oh man, what are you all saying? What are y'all? I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys are on the same page, right? Yeah, not the a-hole. Drop him and invite your friends for a girls trip. I like that idea as well. That's a good one. Good runner-up. Great runner. Even further, just invite the girls. Sorry. Even further, just invite the girlfriends of all these friends of your boyfriend, and then start and then start planting seeds in their brain about how awful they are. But did you smash? Kinda. I think I've talked about this on my stream before, Kree. I'm not gonna lie, this is so embarrassing. I got a little too drunk. She ended up taking me back. This is like years ago, by the way, chat. This is like probably like 4 or 5 years ago. She ended up taking me back to her place, and I ended up puking in her bathroom because I drank too much. Yeah, we fumbled that one, chat. Allie still makes fun of me for that, by the way. Allie still's like, remember when I set you up perfectly with a girl from Tinder and you puked in her bathroom and fumbled? And I was like, yes. Yes. It's rough out here, chat. It's rough out here. Wee woo. Wee woo. First the diarrhea during makeout, and now the puking. It is what it is, chat. It is what it is. Yeah, that was kind of a rough, that was a rough one. One of these times I'll tell the whole story because it's really fucking funny, actually. It's outrageously funny, but now's not the time, chat, because we gotta lock in. We gotta lock in. Okay, let's go to the update, y'all. We do be having to cook today. We do be having to cook, so let's just cook. Okay, so we have an update. We have 2 updates, actually. So we have update 1, which is on January 27th, 2023, a month later on the same post. Edit, holy shit, I was not really even expecting any replies, been working a lot and just checked back on this. I am totally overwhelmed by the support in this community. I really did expect this to be the a-hole in this situation. Interesting. I'm reading through everything and really trying not to cry, LOL. I will try to respond if I can. I'm realizing the amount of people who actually see me as a friend has dropped drastically. Or it was always that way, and I'm just now seeing it. I feel much sadder about that than a stupid trip. The trip is just the piss icing on the shit cake. I am not going to dump my boyfriend. He deserves the time to try to talk to his friends and see if things can change. I don't agree with that. I think that's stupid. I'm not gonna lie. Girl, your boyfriend, I think, is part of the problem. And like what? Like you guys decide to get married, these friends are gonna be around all the time? Is that really what you want? Do you really want to be dating a guy whose friend group fucking hates you and he doesn't do anything about it to like actively change it? Like, I know this is really mean, but like I just want to tell OP to have some self-respect. You know, like build up, start, you need to have some self-respect and realize that the way that this situation unfolded is not something that anybody deserves in a relationship. Like 100%, bro. 100%. The fact that you even had to like make this post is ridiculous, because what the boyfriend should have done is been like, absolutely not. My girlfriend is coming on this trip. The only people that could potentially not go on this trip is you, and you guys are fucking close to it. If he didn't say that, if he's torn, if he wants to fucking tiptoe around this like a fucking idiot, cut him off, sis. Cut him off. I have recused myself from their friend group entirely at this point. He has said that if they continue to behave that way, that he will look for new friends. I believe him. Shit, bro. I mean, your boyfriend sounds spineless. Me personally. I've had some shitty friends myself, as I was formerly part of a pretty terrible online community similar to Kiwi Farms. I just grew out of it when I realized, oh, they aren't kidding or trolling or whatever. They are just miserable assholes. Some of them changed though and decided not to be shitheads. That's why we have kind of a frog in the boiling water situation. It feels so common to me because of the places I grew up in and the online communities I was a part of. I regret ever being part of anything like that. I was just a lonely, depressed, and angry younger person. Even women can be radicalized in spaces meant to other them. I just understand, I guess, and I still miss those friends and wish they could let go of their hatefulness. Okay, like, I understand that people can change, but also what people don't realize is change is never guaranteed and it's a gamble. So what you're telling me is you want to gamble on these guys suddenly, miraculously, all of them deciding one day, you know what, we're not going to just look at you as our buddy's girlfriend, and we're not going to disrespect you because that's the only title that you're allowed to have in our friend group. You're going to bank on them all of a sudden miraculously deciding to change that. Why? That's ridiculous. That's the same shit as like when people are talking about people that they're in love with and like seeing the potential of them and being like, oh, he could be such a great guy. I'm going to stay with him because I want him to become this great guy that he could be. You're falling in love with the potential, not with the actual person. Wouldn't you much rather just go find a friend group? Or even further, go find a boyfriend who their friend group will accept you and bring you in as a friend, but then also B, a boyfriend who will actually stand up for you and have the balls to tell his friends when they're crossing the line on shit. I don't know, like, I guess you could say it's noble that she's so open to allowing people to change, but I personally think it's a fucking waste of time, especially when you're 27 and 29 years old. Like, I'm not fucking waiting around for people to hopefully figure it the fuck out. I'm making a decision on whether or not they are worthy of my time, and I'm going to either give them my time or give it to somebody who's worthy of it. Call me shallow, say that's not worth it, but like, bro, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it to cross my fingers. Hopefully they'll fucking take their head out of their ass. Yeah, I don't know. I think OP is absolutely not cooking with this. I canceled anything I planned for the trip. I got my deposits back, so no harm done there. He is still going with them to see if their friendship can be salvaged. We are planning a private trip for just the two of us afterwards. Bro, he's still going? Nah, absolutely not, dude. Did they mention how long they've been dating? They didn't. They didn't. Yeah, bro, that is... I can't wait to get to these relevant comments. I really hope someone is telling her, girl, you need a fucking couple therapy sessions and practicing some... It's just like, what are we doing? Thank you all so much for responding and taking the time and for the advice. I feel very lonely for real friends, but at least I know now where I stand. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't fuck with anything that OP did. I think OP is just getting disrespected and letting it happen, bro. Oh, there's actually only one relevant comment. Let me read it really quick, and then I'll see what you guys are saying. Relevant comment. Someone said, this is quite possibly the worst update ever. He still went on the trip without you to salvage a friendship with people who clearly hate you, and you're gonna give him another chance. OOP responded to that, saying, the thing is, it became a friends chip. OP responded to that saying, the thing is, it became a friends trip for just them. I didn't want him to be the only person not there if those friendships were salvageable. I lost most of my good friends that grew up. I lost most of my good friends that I grew up with. I lost most of my good friends that I grew up with to drugs, the oil field, car accidents, suicide, and homicide. Then I moved away from the rest. I didn't want to put him through something similar or give him an ultimatum. Don't get me wrong, that is tragic. So unbelievably fucking different than what is happening here. Like, that is... I just don't see the correlation. I really don't. Yeah, that's what I'm like. What you're talking about is like extreme tragedies. This is his friends being bad people. There is no... wow. Just wow. He has since stopped talking to most of them because they are being a bunch of... Australian word, apparently. Because they're being a bunch of weenies, apparently. I'll say that. I can't, YouTube will instantly demonetize me, chat, so we're not gonna say that one. He plays games online with a handful, but the rest have been slawed off. But the rest have been slawed off in the past few weeks. They became more and more vocal and argumentative. So he sees how things really are. I think if I had reacted too strongly after the fact, he might have been taken in by their bullshit. Texas sucks. Can't wait to move. Yeah. I'm sorry, but he stopped playing video games with them is not a good resolution to me. Yeah, I don't know. I think somebody needs to get a spine in this story, whether it's the boyfriend or OP. If the boyfriend had a spine, he would tell these friends to fuck off and come to him when they're ready to respect his girlfriend. And OP should have a spine to tell him that he needs to do that or she's gonna go. Yeah, oh God. Oh, Jesus. Some people in chat are like, it makes sense they're from Texas. Yeah. 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 It seemed... Kree, I like this comment. It seems OP understands the concept of not losing friendships, but she doesn't understand that not every friend is worth keeping. Value yourself more, girl, by leaving boyfriend and dumping those enemies. No, that's so important, chat. Like, I preach this all the time on my channel. you need to evaluate friendships, because there are a lot of friendships that people have that they don't even realize are fucking draining. The people that they're friends with are toxic. They cause more problems in their life than positives. And it's just like, this is one of them. This is one of them where, like, if any of my friends, if I was dating a girl, if any of my friends were disrespectful towards her or didn't want to hang out with her, and I didn't think that they had a good reason to do so, I would immediately be like, bro, come to me when you want to stop being a fucking child about this. You know? It's just ridiculous. Like, it's stupid. I also know that a majority of the friends that I surround myself with wouldn't do that unless they have a good reason. Like, it really does sound like you have friends who have no respect for women in general, let alone the partner that you're dating, even though that partner has 100% earned their keep. Yeah, bro. Like, don't get me wrong, having friends is cool. Being lonely sucks. But honestly, being lonely is better than having shit friends. I'll take that any day. Hey, what up, Angel? Glad you could make it. Massachusetts, welcome to the stream. I like that name. I like that name. I have a very close friend who came close to the unaliving situation because of hate on Kiwi Farms. What is Kiwi Farms? I've never heard about this. What is Kiwi Farms? Whoa. Kiwi, literally the Wikipedia definition is Kiwi Farms. Kiwi Farms is a forums website that facilitates the discussion and harassment of online figures and communities. That's crazy. Y'all, I have to be so fucking real. I'm so glad that this YouTube shit popped off now rather than when I was younger. Because, like, now I just don't give a fuck. When people talk shit about me, I just laugh at them. I'm like, that's so funny that you care so much to, like, talk shit about me. When, like, I'm just doing my shit and getting my bag. Like, but when I was younger, bro, this shit would have probably fucked up my head. Basically 4chan. Dude, I never went through that phase. Like, I never went through a 4chan phase. Or I guess a Kiwi. Dude, I've had some friends who've gotten, like, fucked on 4chan. Like, people have, like, released insane information about them on 4chan. Yeah, bro. I mean, just how much of a fucking loser do you have to be to, like, go on the internet every day to shit on people? You know who doesn't have time for that? Notorious for sending unwarranted hate to furries. Don't get me wrong, y'all. I don't understand the furry thing. I'll make jokes about it here and there, but, like, also, I'm a firm believer of, like, you don't need my approval. If you want to be a furry, go do your thing. Go do your thing, bro. Am I gonna not sit here and be like, it's kind of like the same thing with foot fetishes? Like, I'll make fun of foot fetishes. That's just kind of weird. I get it, but I'm also like, I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? And I'll make some jokes here and there, but, like, if that's what you're into, bro, you go do your thing and fuck what I have to say about it. You know? Like, same thing. That's how I feel about furries. I'm like, I don't get it. It's a little weird to me, but, like, do your thing. Just don't harass me with it. Like, as long as you don't harass me with it, I don't give a fuck. Like, that's how I would feel about religion if they weren't so fucking annoying about it. If Christians weren't trying to shove that shit up my ass all the time, I would be more like, yeah, bro, do your thing. You know? Chat, you know it's bad when I hate Christianity more than I hate furries. And I don't really hate furries, by the way. I just think it's weird. What's Kiwi Farms? It's basically just an online harassment forum. Yeah, as long as no crimes and nobody's being hurt, I don't care what you're doing. Which is not something that Christianity can say. Yeah, exactly. Furries usually don't. In my experience, furries are more concerned with what's going on internally with the furries community than external. That's the problem with Christianity. Christians are like, okay, instead of keeping it in the box, we're going to be annoying outside of the box about this fucking shit. Like, dude, this one girl, oh my God. Okay, so like the common influencer route chat is, and like this is, listen, I'm not talking shit because I am so behind empowering women who do OnlyFans. Like, if a girl wants to do OnlyFans, do you, get your bag, queen. Profit off of these stupid men. If anything, it's like, let's make fun of the stupid men who are paying for this shit. That being said, the pipeline, the amount of people I met in LA where they went through a pipeline from like being an OnlyFans girl to becoming a hardcore Christian is so fucking funny. It happens all the time, but then they're also outwardly annoying about it. Like this one girl that I met in LA, like who became super Christian, she makes those videos that are like it's like, oh, like, have you ever seen those videos where they're like, oh, like you can just keep Christianity to yourself, but I want to save you. I'm like, shut the fuck up. She makes those videos all the time. And I'm like, this is one day I'm just going to be a little bit drunk and I'm just going to leave a mean comment. Like, I'm like, we don't want to be saved. Go fuck yourself. Keep it to yourself, bro. Keep it to yourself. Dude, do people identify like as a Kiwi? Asian Fury, one of my dad's clients was a Kiwi and I met him when I was younger and he was explaining the Kiwi fruit and the Kiwi bird and how he's a Kiwi. So you always have to say Kiwi fruit when you're, oh wait, you're talking about Australians. Okay. Shit's so annoying. Yeah, remember the Crusades? No, for real. Oh yeah, I think it's the shame pressure, for real. I don't want you to save me. I do not consent. No, for real. I've literally just like muted all the girls who post about Christianity that I have to like. I still like, listen, I'm glad that they found that and that's good for them, bro, but I don't fucking care. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, bro, if that works for you, you do your thing. You do your thing. Don't try to save me. All right. I'm fucked. If God's real, I'm done for. You know, there's no bouncing back from this shit. And I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. You know why? Because what you believe in does not make sense. Okay? Makes zero sense. And most of the people that believe in it are fucking awful people. Like, hey, what up, Cinnamon? What up, Chels? Same, I'm cooked. Chat, are we cooked? Am I the a-hole? I don't believe in Sky Daddy. Chat, am I the a-hole for believing that being an awful person, no matter how awful, can be redeemed by just going to a building every Sunday for an hour and getting on your knees and going like this? You know? Am I the a-hole for believing that's really dumb? And that if there is a God, all they'll care about is you actually being a good person, not if you took an hour out of your day to go like this. Like, I think that's fucking stupid. I think that's dumb. I think there's no logic in that, you know? Like, if the God that exists, because I do believe there's something. Like, I believe in the universe. I believe the universe is God. And if there's a God, they don't give a shit about that, because that's so stupidly unlogical. All that matters is what you're putting into the universe. So if you're putting in good, you're going to get good out. I truly believe that. And if that's not the case, then I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be a part of it. Oh, Kiwis are New Zealanders. Thank you. Sorry, I forget. So funny. All right, chat, let's get to the update here. We do need to stay. I'm getting off track. As per shit. I keep pressing beans cam on accident. It's so sad. There's no beans. No beans. Our Lord and Savior Beans. He is our Lord and Savior. I do believe that. Beans is love. Beans is life. Okay, chat. Final update here. January 27th, 2023. 1 month later. Oh, interesting. So 1 month after the original post, but the same day as the previous update. Update 2, I thought they didn't care that I canceled everything, but found out they were actually really pissed because of how close it was to the trip dates compared to when I originally booked. They had to pay a lot more, had to split multiple thousands between them, adding up to additional hundreds of dollars extra each at the last minute. They all hate me now, but I don't care at all. That's mad funny. Hey, if it ain't the consequences of your own actions. Funny what happens when you uninvite the person who planned it, and so they have no incentive of keeping their name on a trip that they're not even going to. Huh. If it, like, God, these friends sound so dumb. Like, the fact that your boyfriend is even debating if he wants to still be friends with them is ridiculous. Guys, if you read this and recognize that it's you, stop grabbing women in nightclubs and pretending you don't understand that is sexual assault. Stop talking shit about women who are nice enough to fuck you. Cottage cheese thighs. I think she's hotter since she started taking pills. You guys are scum. Stop judging our bodies while you're covered in dark ingrown hairs, a receding hairline, and are insecure because you used to be short and then had steroid shots. It isn't our job to make you feel good about yourself while you trash us. Stop pretending to like people and then trash talking them to others. Guess what? People talk. I know it all. Everything you said has come out. Girl, and you're still okay with your boyfriend hanging out with them? Like, listen, I'm glad you're flaming them. I'm glad you're publicly exposing them. But, like, these are the guys that your boyfriend is struggling to not hang out with anymore. I'm gonna say it. Are you sure your boyfriend's any different? Because if he's okay with hanging out with guys like this, he's probably one of them. Just saying. Stop pushing drinks on people that don't want them. Stop reminiscing about former fling/sexual escapades in front of people's spouses/girlfriends. Stop inviting people's ex-girlfriends around to start drama. Stop worshiping men who hate women. Stop saying women are emotional when men can't control their anger as a whole. You want to talk about self-control? Try it out yourself. Stop thinking you are good people. My dude doesn't even like you all anymore because you proved it was never jokes. You almost convinced him that I was too sensitive and couldn't take a joke. Hope you enjoyed your ski trip. Hope it was worth his friendship. You lost the best person you could have had in your life just because you think being an asshole is attractive. I just wanted to be your friend. Thanks for manipulating, gaslighting, and abandoning me instead. Okay. So, like, great. I'm glad we got there. Sounds like the boyfriend dippity doo-dot out of there. But can we, like, take a second to also recognize that it's pretty fucking stupid that you wanted to be friends with them in the first place? Like, why? If you knew all of these things up here, why were you okay being associated with this friend group? I just don't get this. I don't understand what the appeal is. I don't understand why you felt like you had to stay. Like, to be honest, if I was dating somebody and they kept friends around like this, red flag immediately. And I would be like, hey, I don't want to hang out with them. If they're doing everything that you just described in these paragraphs, why the fuck would you want to hang out with them? I don't know, bro. You can just, like, I mean, I guess you're in Texas, but you can find friends that aren't like this. Pretty stupid. Oh, shit. Chicken Sandwich, thank you for the $10 dono. I have personal bias against OP, but isn't it funny how she didn't have any issues with any of those behavior until she was on the receiving end? She can miss me with that. That's kind of how I feel too, Chicken Sandwich. Like, I'm glad she got there, and it does sound like OP has not a good level of self-respect. But I think there's like an overall moral compass that you need to develop, especially as you're in your late 20s, of like what type of shit you should be putting up with and who's actually okay to like hang out with. Because this is not it. This ain't it at all. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's any excuse. Like, you knew this shit was bad. Why were you hanging out with them in the first place? I don't know, man. I don't know. There's good people in Texas, I swear. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. I don't know if she has self-awareness to realize that she was accepting that friendship. You're probably right, Bouncy Ball. High key. Like, this might be so mean of me to say. I don't necessarily think OP is a bad person. I just think they're a little bit dumb. You know? Like, I do think you have to be kind of a level of like, I don't know, maybe self-awareness, maybe a lack of self-awareness doesn't necessarily equate to being dumb, but it is a little dumb to me that you aren't able to put together if A equals B, then B equals If A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. You know? That's all that it was here. Was like, if your friends are bad people, you shouldn't want to be friends with them. And you shouldn't accept anybody who wants to be friends with bad people. It's that simple to me. And I just don't really get how other people don't get there. And I think that's something that everybody should be able to get to that conclusion. We all had to learn the transitive property. I mean, I guess, but like, still. Yeah, in regards to the story, she's not the a-hole, but in regards to life, she sucks. I agree with that, Chicken Sandwich. I agree with that. Oh my God, we got so many people on the Twitch. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all. You guys, y'all be knowing we got to cook through these. So I'm going to go on to the next story here. All right. We got plenty more stories to get through. Oh my God, this is a long one. Yeah, let's get started, chat. Let's get started. We got 10 of these things to get through, okay? This is going to be a long live stream. Long live stream. All right, chat, here we go. If you're on the YouTube, make sure to like up the stream, by the way, guys. We got 88 people on there, 54 likes. Feel like we could bump that up to 65 easy. If you guys aren't subscribed, make sure to subscribe. If you're on Twitch, make sure to follow. My husband told me our daughter's friend tried it on with him. I didn't react well. We have a 40 female OP, 42 male husband, 18 female friend. Originally posted to r/what should I do on July 1st, 2025. The last couple of weeks, my husband has been very quiet and not sleeping well. I've asked him a couple times if he's okay, and he said yes, but I could tell something was bothering him. On Saturday, he said he needs to talk to me and burst into tears. I made us a cup of tea and sat down with him. He just blurted it out and said Ava, our daughter's friend, had been coming on to him, and he doesn't know what to do. He said it started when he made a cake for her 18th birthday. Chad, is that weird behavior? I don't think I've ever had a friend's parent make me a cake like that. But I can also see it being like wholesome. I don't know. She messaged him saying she got his number from our daughter and thank you for the cake. She then sent a lot of photos of herself in the dress she wore for the party. He just replied saying it looked like a fun party. She then messaged asking if he could She then messaged asking if he could look at her car for her as it was making a funny noise. She came around and he looked and said it was the brakes. He told me this at the time, so he wasn't hiding anything. She came around when our daughter was home, but I wasn't, and she went inside while my husband worked on the car outside. When it was done, she came out alone and said she had no money on her, and he said that's fine, just bring it around whenever or give it to our daughter. She then said she could pay another way, and in his words, flashed me and said, I've got... Oh, I see. She then said she can pay another way, and in my husband's words, she flashed me, and I said, I've got to go, and went inside, closing the door. I read through all the messages, and he never replied to any of them after this incident, and that afternoon, she messaged him saying, thanks for doing my car for me. You're cute when you're shy. She's messaged him hundreds of times since, asking if he's alone, asking for lifts, asking if he thinks she's pretty, and she sent loads of pictures from fully clothed to fully nude. Okay, I don't think the husband has done anything wrong here necessarily, but he's not necessarily being good about shutting it down. Like, right off the rip, y'all, I think there needs to be some sort of text of like, this isn't okay, this is inappropriate, I have a wife, you need to stop sending me this, and then a phone number block. Like, I'm a little curious why he hasn't done that. I can understand maybe being a little bit nervous and not knowing what to do, and that's an excuse. It doesn't sound like he's done anything wrong. But like, if she's sending fully nude photos, I feel like that deserves at least a block. Yeah, maybe he froze. 100% fourth pine, or 100% fourth pine cone. I think there is. I don't think he's wrong. I just think I'm more kind of bringing up like, hey, if y'all ever find yourself in this situation, I think this is the right thing to do. But at least he's coming to the wife, and it doesn't seem like he's done anything wrong up to this point. My husband has said he doesn't know whether to reply, to talk to her parents, to talk to me. He said he's scared he's going to ruin our daughter's life if this comes out. I don't know why, but I suddenly exploded. I called him a pervert. I said he must have let her on. I said he must have paid her, as he's far too old and ugly for her. Bro, that's absolutely not the right answer. Oh my God. Chad, that's kind of mean. Like, he's clearly upset by this. Like, listen, I can understand maybe a little bit of like you didn't handle this the way that I wish you would have. But this is like, I mean, bro, calling your partner old and ugly. And like blaming him too? I think that's probably the crazy part. She's like low-key victim blaming him. Like, he's being harassed right now. He is on the tail end. He is on the receiving end of sexual harassment right now, and she's blaming him for it. I called him disgusting and said I want him out of the house. I said he's ruined our daughter's life and plenty of other things. I stormed out of the house, and when I came back an hour later, he was gone. Over the last couple of days, I've calmed down and realized he's done nothing wrong, and I've reacted awfully. I've tried ringing and messaging him, but he's not responding. Why did I react like that, and how do I apologize to him? What do we do about these messages? Do we talk to her or her parents? I mean, I'm glad at least OP came around to being like, yeah, the way I reacted wasn't it, but man, that is hard to come back from. I really do not blame the husband for not wanting to get back to her, because it's like, yeah, you know what? Because like the husband was kind of having a little bit of a victim response where like he's being harassed and he doesn't know what to do. And yeah, sure, maybe he didn't do the exact right thing that he maybe should have done, but he also didn't do anything wrong. And then he just got full on victim blamed. Shit, I mean, all I think you can do is keep trying to contact him, and in that contact, keep identifying and taking full accountability of the way that you reacted was not the right way. But like, dude, you might have fucking ruined your marriage here. Real quick, chat, let me, oh wow, yeah, okay, there's a lot of relevant comments and there's an edit. Let me get to those really quickly because it might just give more info here. But for the video, it seems like chat is very much on the same wavelength as me of like, OP's fucking evil. Okay, so there's a tiny edit here. It's 5 a.m. here in the UK now, and I'm going to drive to his brother's house now where he's staying, as I know he leaves for work around 6. And I'm going to try and talk to him face to face. I've got flowers, chocolates, and wearing his favorite outfit. I'll let you all know what happens. Oh, by the way, I think the right answer here is, like, I hate to say it, y'all, but I think this is a snitch to the parents situation. I'm sorry, I know she's 18 and technically an adult, but like, I don't believe that. I think if you're 18, you're barely an adult. You still need the supervision of your parents, and sexually harassing somebody with a husband, or sexually harassing somebody with a wife, is not it at all. That is not behavior that's okay, and I think that is go to the parents, because the parents are the only ones who can properly discipline this child realistically. And maybe even to some type of like message to her that's like, what you're doing here is wrong. This isn't okay. You're sexually harassing me and trying to be a homewrecker. You will be blocked after I send this message. I do think there's a conversation that you need to have with the daughter, regardless if it ruins her life. She needs to know that her friend tried to ruin her parents' marriage. That is not somebody that they should want to hang out with, and I think there needs to be a constructive discussion, because also, y'all, she is friends with this person and being influenced by them. Like, for all she knows, this girl is like telling her that the behavior that she's exhibiting is okay and encouraging your daughter to do something similar. Relevant comments here. Okay, so this comment is just her saying she messed up. Okay, you know, I mean, most of these comments are just kind of reiterating what I've already said, as well as OP taking accountability that their reaction wasn't okay, which, great. I guess if there's any redemption, it's realizing that what you said was wrong. Okay, yeah, a lot of these comments are just people saying that OP was victim blaming. Okay, wait. So this commenter said, assuming the messages are one-sided, your husband should tell Ava's parents and show the receipts. You fucked up real bad. If you haven't already, you need to 1, apologize and take ownership of your fuck up. 2, explain that you don't even understand your own reaction and offer to go to couples therapy. And 3, offer to go to Ava's parents with him, even if he no longer wants you there. It's likely best for him if you present a united front to the parents. OOP replied, they are fully one-sided. He said he didn't delete them, so he has evidence in case she said something, and I accused him of keeping them so he can wank off over the pictures. Oh, okay, this is probably something I was kind of wondering. Why was OOP's husband making cakes? OOP said he makes amazing decorative cakes and her parents asked if he could make her one for her 18th. Okay, that explains it. I thought bro just like went out of his way to make a cake for this person, but this is a good explanation in my opinion. Another commenter said, I don't understand why he didn't come to you much sooner. How did he let it progress to nude pics before he said something to you and her parents? OOP said, I've just started a new job. He knew I was stressed out and didn't want to cause stress, and our daughter is taking exams at the moment. Damn, I mean, this is kind of a weird comment here, but I want to read it because I think it gives insight more into the husband. So a commenter, so OOP replied to a commenter talking about how OOP had no respect for her husband when told the news. OOP replied, I know I handled this terribly. I've been messaged by loads of younger men on socials and he always laughs about it and said, you're too gorgeous, they can't resist you. There's a young lad from my gym who added me on Instagram and started liking all my posts and commenting before DMing me, and my husband just laughed and said, I don't think we're at the stage where we need a young man to take over in the bedroom yet. I don't know why, you guys, but that makes me more upset about how OP reacted. Like, she's been on the tail end. Maybe not as bad because they, you know, there's something about like an 18-year-old friend of your daughter that I can understand is like a lot worse than what she's describing here. But more of the fact that like this husband has had healthy reactions to this stuff and like OOP didn't reciprocate that healthy reaction. Man, that is... I don't know. That makes me a little sad. I can't even lie. Yeah, he sounds like a pretty good guy. That's how I feel too, Aspen. Like, I mean, granted, it's just a tiny Reddit post and we don't have all the information, but like, it doesn't sound like he's a bad husband who didn't deserve the benefit of the doubt here. Yes, Lynn. He was calling her gorgeous and she called him ugly. Yeah, dude. Yeah, bro. Like, I'm low-key, like, it kind of sucks, but I low-key don't think that, like, if the husband decided, this might be mean of me to say, but if the husband decided to not get back with OP, I wouldn't blame him. I don't think OP deserves it. I think OP handled this so fucking poorly. And he deserves much better than this. OP can go take a long walk off a short pier, goes crazy, Katana. Insane activity, chat. Okay, let's keep cooking, y'all. We got to keep cooking. So let's move on. There's 2 updates to this, an update and some relevant comments. Oh, actually there's 3 updates, but this one's just really short. Okay, so first update, July 3rd, 2025, 2 days later. So I went around to my husband's brother's yesterday morning at 5:30 a.m. to wait for him to leave for work so I could talk to him. I wore his favorite dress of mine and took him chocolate, flowers, and a letter I'd wrote for him. The talk went how a lot of you wanted it to go. He told me he'd spoken to a lawyer and he wanted a divorce. He said he can't get past what I said, and as soon as he laid eyes on me, he felt nothing but anxiety and a need to run. He said he'll never get over what I said and how I acted, and that's that. I know I deserve this, but I am still incredibly heartbroken. Last night, he also met up with our daughter and told her everything, and she is also not talking to me and said she's going to live with her dad when this is over. She also said her friend has been saying for years that she fancies my husband, but thought it was just stupid talk and she wouldn't actually do anything. She's still friends with Ava, but told her she will fall out with her if she does anything else. I mean, this is a kid. I can't expect her to make the right decision, but that's not the right decision. Being friends with someone who's pretty much the cause of your parents getting divorced, or at least the catalyst for it, maybe not the overall cause, because I think the overall cause is OP. Either way, still being friends with the catalyst ain't... Either way, being friends with the catalyst does not make any sense. My husband had also spoken to the girl's parents who didn't really seem to give a shit. They said she's 18 and can do what she wants, and they are sorry she tried to get with a married man, but they can't ban her from talking to people, and she'll be going to uni in September, so they don't want to cause any unrest before she goes. My husband said he felt a lot more relaxed once he'd spoken to them and our daughter, so hopefully he can sleep now. Wow, what a bunch of dog shit parents. Oh my God. Yeah, no wonder she turned out the way that she did. There is one quick edit on here, and it's just, I'm too drunk to reply. I'll reply tomorrow. Let's look at a couple of those replies, actually. Let me see if this is, Okay, so we do have a couple of relevant comments here. Commenter asked, why would Ava have gotten in trouble? She's a legal adult. Sure, she shouldn't have flirted with someone married, but that's life. It happens. Going to her parents was going to change absolutely nothing. Yeah, this is a commenter who is 100% into children, for sure. And also, it's just like if one of my adult siblings did some shit like this, I would be upset at them. You know, like, it's more just about somebody you care about having the integrity to not pull some fuck shit. Like, it's already fucked up to try to home wreck, but trying to home wreck one of your friends, like, and that's your whole ass daughter. Like, wouldn't you? This is just such a brain dead comment. Like, yeah, sure, technically she's legal. Technically it's okay. It shouldn't be, in my opinion. I think anybody who believes that should be investigated and you should check their hard drive. But also, it's just like, who wants their kid to be trying to be a home wrecker to one of their friends? Do you think that kid is going to grow up to be a good person? The answer to that is no. OOP replied to that just saying he just went there to clear his name in case anything came of it, but the impression he got was this wasn't the first time it's happened. A downvoted commenter said, I'm sorry everyone is shitting on you, OP. Try to find a good therapist you can talk out your feelings and why you reacted like that. Then if you still want to be with your husband, try again. Absolutely fucking not. OP deserves to be shit on. Yes, I do believe they should have. Yes, I do think they should go get a therapist 100%. But don't keep pursuing your husband. Maybe just like, but when you guys are getting your divorce, just being like, hey, if you ever want to give me a second chance, like, please feel like you can reach out to me. But like, what? Are you trying to give her permission to harass her husband who's decided he can't be with her anymore? That's not okay. OOP replied to that saying, I'm already booked in to see a therapist about impulse control and anger management. Okay, interesting. So this commenter was basically asking about if the husband has cheated in the past, and OOP replied, no, he's never cheated. He wouldn't even have a threesome with me and another woman when I've offered him. He said he only had eyes for me. Further pushing the narrative that this husband is actually a great guy. Okay, this is interesting. A commenter said, oh my god, did you really shatter the entire illusion of feeling apologetic by bringing Ava up in the last sentence? OOP said she ruined my marriage. Okay, yeah, that's a big issue because don't get me wrong, she didn't help the marriage, but you ruined the marriage, not her. Your reaction to your husband is what ruined the marriage. What she did led to you ruining the marriage, but you're the only one that ruined this shit. If you would have just reacted not in a hostile way, you'd still be married to this guy. There is a second edit. Oh. I was like, October 7th, 2025 has not happened yet. But they switched they switched month and day. So 4 days after this update, OOP added an edit saying, my daughter came to me last night and told me some things. Ava is on her way to ours now to show me some stuff on her phone. I'll update later, hopefully. Oh, y'all, did we get bamboozled, chat? Chat, we might have gotten bamboozled. Maybe this husband actually does suck. Oh, shit, y'all. I just kind of want to go to the update. I kind of want to go to the update. I need to know what happens here. Okay, so update number 2 is July 11th, 2025. 8 days after this original post, but 4 days after this edit with potentially a bombshell. Last night, my daughter came to me and said she needed to talk. She told me that a friend has been in touch. She told me that a friend had been in touch and told her that a couple of weeks ago, this would have been the day of the flashing incident, on a night out, Ava left early and said she was getting a lift home with a friend. The friend of my daughter's left the pub 5 minutes later with her boyfriend and saw Ava getting into my husband's car. Her and Ava made eye contact, and Ava begged the friend to not say anything, but she came forward to my daughter after hearing what had happened. My daughter messaged Ava, who came to see her, and admitted it pretty instantly. She said she did come onto my husband first when he was fixing her car, but he responded shyly but positively to the come on, and he asked her to flash, which she did. She mentioned she was out that night, and he said he was going out with his brother, but he'd leave early and pick her up. She said it was her idea to keep messaging him on WhatsApp like it was her coming on to him and him not responding. So if they ever got caught, it would cover him as he would get in more trouble than her. Wait, sorry. So if they ever got caught, it would cover him as he would get in more trouble than her, but they actually communicated through Telegram. This doesn't make sense to me, but whatever. My daughter went to see her dad and went through his phone while he was in the shower and found the picture of Ava in his gallery, which isn't a problem now, I guess, and also found the Telegram app, but said she couldn't bring herself to read the messages, which I get. Okay, that's totally understandable, but like we need this 100% confirmed. Okay, so it sounds like the husband was a piece of shit and we were thoroughly bamboozled. Don't get me wrong, I still don't think oh shit. Yo, is this actually the OKOP show? You should get Let's View on your phone and project it onto your show so you don't have to. Honestly, I kind of like doing this. Damn, is that actually OKOP show? Oh yeah, it is. Holy shit, what's up, guys? I didn't realize you guys watch my stuff. That's crazy. Yo, guys, say hello to OKOP. If you guys don't know, they're another big reading Reddit podcast. That's crazy. What are y'all doing here? No, I kind of like doing it like this. I think the only thing I wish I could do, and I honestly need to experiment with it. I'd love to figure out a way to make the text bigger so that people can kind of read along better. Hey, thank you guys. If you guys ever want to do anything together, let me know. I'm gonna have the Reddit on Wiki Boys on my podcast when I get back from Italy. But if you guys are down, just shoot me a DM on Instagram or something. Where are you guys based out of? I like doing stuff in person, but I'm definitely down to have you guys on a live stream one of these days if you guys want to come. Press that should work. If I zoom in. The problem is I'm going to have to change like the whatever, but yeah, I definitely can make it bigger and then, well, maybe actually. Yeah, I'll have to mess with it. To be honest, I want to revamp my entire stream setup. I want to revamp my entire stream setup. I just haven't had time. Oh, I gotta do one more. Perfect. Look out for a guy named Riley. Okay, bet. We are in LA. All right, awesome. I'm in Vegas, so like we're really close. We're really close. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Cool. Yeah, definitely sounds good, guys. Thank you guys for popping in. It's cool to get recognized by like some people who've been in the game for much longer than I have. So that's awesome. Okay. I do have to get back to this, guys. I do have to get back to this. What's Let's View do? I think it basically allows me to read from my phone and then have it pulled up like on stream. I kind of like using it on my computer though. I like being leaned in. Okay, so we do be kind of learning that the husband sucks. I don't know if I finished what I was saying. I don't think OP's reaction is still okay based off the parameters of what she knew. But now we know that the husband isn't completely innocent. So maybe he deserved that reaction. As my daughter told me this, I remember the night he went out with his brother. He got in really late and the next day said he'd been a designated driver and he'd had to give everyone lifts home. I felt sick. I'm blocked on his phone and all his socials, so I messaged his brother and told him to ask my husband to send me the Ring doorbell footage of the Flash incident. Apparently, it's gone as he panicked and deleted it, and it's been too long now anyway. Yesterday morning, my daughter asked Ava if she would come around and see me, and she agreed. She came around about 9:30 and started crying instantly and said she was sorry. I said it's okay and what's done is done, but I need answers. She told me pretty much what my daughter had told me, but but also said about 6 months ago she was round to ours and went outside for a smoke, and my husband was already there. They got talking, and Ava got upset, saying she thought our parents were going to split up. Oh, sorry. They got to talking, and Ava got upset, saying she thought her parents were going to split up, and my husband consoled her, and then said, Sometimes when kids get older, parents realize they don't have much in common. Don't tell Kelly, our daughter, but me and Sasha is OP, are in the process of splitting up. This was the first I'd heard of this. This is why she said she'd acted on her crush she'd had for years. I won't go into the details of the night he picked her up, but they did stuff that night, and she said on one more occasion, since in our garage, where he let her in the back garden gate to avoid the Ring doorbell. She didn't tell him about the friend seeing them until a couple of days later after the pickup, and that tallies up with when she started acting weird. But even during the weird stage, he still snuck her in the garage for a blowjob. Ava then showed me all the Telegram messages. Again, I won't go into details, but he messaged her a couple of times and said, You haven't chased my... I see. And said, You haven't sent anything to my WhatsApp today. You'd best message me on there to keep it up. And was also begging for photos constantly. He came clean to me because the day before this, friend... Sorry, the grammar on this is just so... I have to like parse through it. Okay, he came clean to me because the day before this friend, who saw them both together, told Ava she needed to talk to her about what she saw. My husband obviously panicked once Ava told him this. To clarify all of this, I asked Ava if she could tell me something about my husband that no one would know unless they saw him naked. She knew what I meant and instantly said he's only got one ball. She couldn't have gotten this info from anywhere else. Ava sent me loads of screenshots of all their conversations. I then sent a screenshot to my brother-in-law and told him to tell my husband I have the whole conversation and I know everything. Damn! Yo, OP's laying their whole dick on the table. OP may be a girl, but she got more balls than the husband. I feel so stupid now. In my first post and my second one, I was defending him in the comments. Anyone who said his story sounds fishy got downvoted, and I joined in with the downvotes and the rebuttals. Turns out they were right. I'm sorry to anyone I argued with who tried to tell me he was lying. Someone messaged me as well and said the reason I said what I said is because my gut was telling me something wasn't right, and that's why it was out of character for me, as I've never spoken about him like that. I told that person they were wrong, and it was my insecurities that made me say that, and then I blocked the person. I'm sorry. I gave him sex or a blowjob nearly every day, but it still wasn't enough. I did every kink he asked of me. I never said no to anything. I even told him I'd like to have a threesome with another woman or watch him with another woman. Why wouldn't he do that for me, but he would cheat on me? I did everything he ever asked of me and he still cheated. I'll admit I've cheated before. Oh. I kissed 2 other men and let another one run his hands over my clothed body while I danced at a concert. He wasn't bothered about the kissing. He says that's not real cheating, but he didn't like the dancing one, which I understand. I'm trying to balance this out. Okay, maybe it's a good thing they're getting a divorce, because what am I reading? What an insane little, oh hey, by the way. Like what okay. Oh, is the Twitch stream down? No. Bro, what is happening? Oh no, it's back up. Oh, sorry guys, I didn't realize the Twitch stream went down. It doesn't like notify me or anything. That's super weird. Y'all, y'all, when I'm reading, y'all, I can't see everything while I'm reading. Y'all, to be honest, I didn't even see the donation. Who donated? Hey, thank you, Professor Cloudy. I'm sorry I missed it. That was super weird. I wonder why it crashed like that. I don't think that was my stream. Because, like, my YouTube one is fine, so it wasn't my internet. Right? Was the YouTube stream fine? Oh, damn. It must have been my... That's super weird. I don't know why it went down like that. Kree, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna reread it. Sorry. Today is like not the time to reread. That's crazy. I don't know why Twitch would ever do that. That's insane. Yeah, Twitch is kind of a hater for that, chat. I agree with y'all. Why did Twitch do that to me? I actually genuinely don't know. Twitch has its bugs. I can't even remember what I was trying to say. I think I was just saying, like, what an insane thing to drop. I'm trying to balance this out. I haven't heard from my husband or his brother. My daughter is here asleep now, and I booked me and her on a last-minute trip to the Cotswolds this weekend at a spa to get us both away from this mess. And then there is like one tiny little update a week later that isn't anything incredible. It's just saying that there's basically no new updates. We are still getting divorced. He still hasn't really spoken to me. He's still at his brother's. Our daughter is living with me. As far as I'm aware, him and Ava haven't had any more sex, but who knows? Wow. All right. Well, what a bamboozle of a story. What a bamboozle. Yeah, I'm trying to see, y'all. Like, I don't think... I wish they would have included more comments about... from, like, people who are like, this story's fishy. But they didn't. Because, like, I honestly, like, the only fishy thing that I saw was just how he didn't have balls to be like, you can't be sending me shit like this, and to block her. Yeah. But I mean, that could just be written off by him not having a very like strong, authoritative personality is kind of how we wrote it off. But damn, did not see that one coming. But God, what a shit show, man. Like, even OP still isn't that great. OP still has some shit that they gotta work on too. Wow. Just wow. He didn't have balls because he only has one. Get this poor daughter a therapist now. The TLDR is just that the husband was lying. He was cheating with Ava and they were messaging through Telegram. That's the TLDR. Yeah, the one time I give the man the benefit of the doubt, he was still evil. That's crazy, man. How did he not expect this to come out the way that it did? Like, did he just not expect OP to also search for the truth? Especially the way that he was handling it? Okay, the next story's a little bit shorter. That's good. That's good. Shit, chat. We're already 2 hours in. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. I need to get some more water. I also just want to check on my sister, make sure she's got everything she needs, and I gotta go pee real quick. So, y'all be nice to each other in chat. I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'm gonna fill up my water. I'm gonna also run some ads really quick. Sorry to my Twitch and YouTube people. You guys are gonna get hit with some ads really quick, but I will be right back. Give me like a minute. Give me a minute, please. Okay. Woo! All right, I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'll be right there. Yo, chat. I didn't even realize because I don't have the systems set up for it. But somebody donated $25 on Facebook. Not on Facebook, sorry. On through PayPal. FaZe Ray, 39 minutes ago. Thank you for the $25 donation. That's fucking crazy. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so bad with like the Twitch donation stuff. I didn't realize it. But thank you, FaZe Ray. If you're still in here, I appreciate you. Thank you for the $25 dono on honestly, I need to set that up because PayPal takes way less of a cut than Twitch and YouTube do. So I appreciate you. That's probably the best way to support is if you do the donation link on Twitch, because then the platforms don't take some of the donation. So what are y'all guys talking about, bro? Someone's making butter chicken. Hell yeah. Damn, y'all are making me hungry. I haven't eaten anything today. Y'all making me hungry, chat. Alrighty, guys. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. We got way more stories to cook through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 8 more stories. 8 more. Really, like 7, technically, but we'll cook through them. You guys, if you're on YouTube, make sure to like up the stream. We definitely have enough people to get to the stream to 100 people. Hey, Lil Herb, thank you for the 5-pound dodo. Just take my money with the beans burrito. Thank you, Lil Herb. I appreciate you guys when you support me monetarily. It's never required, chat. It's never required, but it's greatly appreciated. Thank you, guys. Oh, shit. Cherry Bomb Pop member for 1 month. Enjoy your time in Italy. I'll be there next month. Hell yeah. Dude, I'm very excited. I'm a little nervous, but I'm excited. I'm excited. But thought I'd rip you guys a nice long stream. Yeah, that's so weird that Twitch just like randomly crashed like that. That's never happened to me before, so I don't know what happened, and it kind of just fixed itself. So interesting. Oh shit, chicken sandwich, you motherfucker. Chicken sandwich going crazy with it. Dropping a 5 gifted memberships. Guys, if you get a gifted membership from anybody, make sure to say thank you. In this case, Chicken Sandwich. Chicken Sandwich, thank you for supporting. I appreciate y'all. More greens. But it was a Twitch issue. That's what I think, because if YouTube didn't go down, then it couldn't have been my Wi-Fi. It couldn't have been Wi-Fi. Okay, let's do it, chat. Let's do it. Make sure to like up the stream on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed. If you're on Twitch, make sure to follow Lil Herb, you motherfucker. I'm trying to read. Yo, Lil Herb coming in here with a 5 gifted memberships as well. Y'all, if you're getting gifted a membership, please make sure to say thank you. First off, it's always good to have good manners. Second off, they're basically giving you early access to my videos. Okay, because whenever I upload a video, I always make it available for my memberships first. W Lil Herb, make sure you guys are saying thank you. Dragon came out with a 2 gifted on Twitch. Let's go. Guys, if you get a gifted sub or a gifted membership from anybody, make sure we're saying thank you. Dragon, thank you for supporting. I appreciate you. Oh, it actually says who got it. Eden DeVille and Vivid Squids. I better see those thank yous to our home skilly vanilla dragon. Alrighty, chat. Hey, Bixie Gala gifted me earlier and I didn't notice, so thank you. We love to see it, champ. We love to see it. Bixie's one of the consistent gifters in chat, so I don't know if Bixie's in here. Is Bixie Gala in here? I don't think they are. Who knows, though? Who knows? You guys are dubs. Thank you guys for supporting me. Like I said, not required, but greatly appreciated. Okay, I'm going to start reading, or else you guys are going to keep donating and going to keep distracting me. Y'all just want to distract me so bad, huh? Here we go. Disgruntled customer complained about my glasses. Boss asked me to take them off. I refused. Sent me home with no pay regardless. Posted in r/legal advice on March 4th, 2020. I mean, as a fellow glasses wearer and somebody who cannot function without glasses or contacts in, this is fucking crazy. I work in a quick lube, non-national chain in a very red state. Go Huskers. Ew, Nebraska. What is a quick lube? Is that a gas station? Like that, what is a quick lube? Do I want to Google that? I feel like Googling that is a recipe for disaster. Oh, it's an oil change place. Okay. All right. Thank you. I comply with all dress codes listed in our employee handbook. We're provided in parentheses, we're provided uniforms. Essentially, the code is no large belt buckles, large piercings, wild hairstyles, etc. Which I don't care. I'm not one for extreme looks, but I like to be weird, because, you know, whatever. I wore these glasses today, and a customer wasn't happy about it, to the effect of, why are you wearing those? OP replied, they help me see. Customer asked, why those ones those? Customer asked, why those ones though? And OP replied, because they work. And here are the glasses. Wow, what an incredibly bad picture. But also, like, nothing to get upset about? They're just regular glasses? Like, I was expecting something like big and weird and obnoxious. Those are just normal glasses. Imagine getting upset over glasses with flowers on them. I don't know how much of a baby back bitch you gotta be for that. He wasn't happy with my replies, which I might have had a little attitude about, but this old ass farmer bro wasn't happy that the guy working on his vehicle was wearing some hippie ass glasses or something to that effect. He complained to my boss, and that's the summary I got. Got through the service without any incident, but then my boss asked me to take them off to avoid another incident. I didn't see the point and let him know I plan on working with them anyway. Nothing is stated in the handbook about certain patterns of glasses I can/cannot wear. In parentheses, stupid argument, I know, but I'm good at my job and shit like this doesn't interfere. I mean, there's also just the fact of these are prescription glasses, you need to see shit. Like, that's pretty important for your job if you're working on cars, right? I've never had a complaint about my performance/customer service. I've never had a complaint about my performance/customer service. Sometimes I wear things that are considered weird, but not against policy. He tells me to clock out and go home since customers are complaining about my lack of respect. I tell him I'll comply, but only if I'm not docked the hours I'd earn. He said, forget that. Hope you have a job. Come tomorrow. Do I have any recourse if I walk in jobless tomorrow? / where would I start? And the edit is definitely wearing them tomorrow, LOL. Dude, this is the easiest bag of your life. Isn't this technically, aren't you discriminating for a disability? Like, isn't not being able to see like kind of a disability? Bro, this is the easiest bag of your life, dog. Get a lawyer, easy sue. What a fucking, like, this is the dumb Republican boomer shit that I don't understand, where it's like, dude, these are glasses. Is this really affecting your life? Is it really that important to you to complain about somebody's glasses that have no effect on your life? Like, are you really that much of a fucking pussy where you're like, oh, your hippie glasses are ruining my day? Hey, have you ever tried not being a baby back bitch? Pretty damn easy. Pretty fucking easy. That's what I'm saying. Like, it is, yeah, you guys are agreeing with me. Like, it 100% is a disability. They're discriminating against OP for having that disability. If I'm OP, I'm like, yeah, bro, fire me. Easiest bag of my life. No lawyer, there will be no lawyer who isn't itching to be the lawyer on this settlement. because it's a slam dunk. That's so funny. Imagine walking throughout life and being upset about the glasses someone's wearing. Like, do you really think your opinion's that important to where you're like, oh, if I don't like the glasses, you shouldn't be wearing them? What a fucking dumb shit, man. Was OP male or female? I think they were male. I mean, they said bro wasn't happy that the guy working on his vehicle was wearing some hippie ass glasses. So I'm guessing OP's a guy. Lil Herb, little 10-pound donation. Gotta go now, but have a nice trip, Sarby. Have a nice day, chat. Lil Herb, thanks for stopping in. I hope you have a good day. Thank you for being so generous in chat. I will have a good trip, and there will be a nice vlog coming your way. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Why are we up this early? I mean, it's 11:30, my boy. My dude. Yeah, I think this is a slam dunk. Let's see what the relevant comments are saying, though. Relevant comments. Someone said you are required to be paid for all hours worked. If you need to wear glasses to see, you're probably protected by ADA. It's not clear in your post if you actually need them or if you were just shit stirring. If it's shit stirring, you're not covered, and they can fire you for almost any reason, including this. Someone did reply to that comment. Someone did reply to that comment, though, quoting OP saying, they help me see. Sure sounds like he has prescription glasses. I mean, I was under the impression that they were prescription. Someone said they can fire you and they cannot pay you for hours you did not work. Is your boss telling you to take your glasses off when you talk to the customer or when you perform work on the vehicles? OOP replied, when dealing with customers, they're in fact prescription. Okay, wait. OOP replied, when dealing with customers, they're in fact prescription, but I'm not entirely blind without them. Only issue would be our tickets/POS are through a computer, and I've definitely needed them to help read the screen and to type when I'd be dealing with customers anyways. And then some other commenter replied to that comment saying, even though they can fire you and it's completely legal to not pay you for hours not worked, even if you're scheduled. Firing due to your use of prescription glasses is definitely not legal and should be pursued as such. Of course, your employer could make an argument on the nature of your glasses being appropriate, but I can't imagine any sane judge or jury would find yours inappropriate. But of course, that's something you could discuss with a lawyer should the worst happen. OP did add another edit here, I guess, and a small update. They are prescription after sleeping on it. They are prescription. After sleeping on it, I think I'll just try and eat shit today to try and keep my job. I have another pair of glasses I usually wear that I'll bring instead. No. Keep digging in. Get that bag, King. And then the update is just, I'll make a detailed update after work, but I'm still employed. Okay. I kind of want to just go straight to the update, guys. It's a smaller update. We can just kind of get the final finish on this. I think we've already established, like, bro did nothing wrong. Bro did nothing wrong. I just wish that OP could get his bag somehow. The update is on March 5th, 2020, the next day. I showed up for my shift around noon, was informed by coworker to go to the office to speak with the boss about yesterday. We sat down and aired out the whole incident, what I did wrong, what he did wrong, how to handle it better in the future, etc. Told me I was not being fired or reprimanded in any way and that I would be credited 4 hours vacation for the time I missed yesterday. I can only assume that he did his own research or contacted his lawyer and was worried he might have been in violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act to some extent. Regardless of how weak of a case I might have had, he decided to credit my hours and move on, which I'm happy to do at this point. I mean, like, sure, fine. At least the answer is that OP isn't fired and he gets some vacation hours, but I mean, what a shit boss, you know? Like if I own a business and some customer comes up to me and is like, I don't like the glasses your employee's wearing. You need to tell them to take them off. I would be like, get the fuck out of my business. Like who, either stop being a baby back bitch or leave. Go get your car serviced somewhere else, you pussy. Like, I don't know. I don't want to work. I wouldn't want to work for somebody who doesn't have that mindset and has the mindset of like, oh, well, this customer said he didn't like your glasses because they're too hippie for him. You need to take them off. You did something wrong. Like, yeah, I don't know. I've already been active in a new job search, and this really adds further incentive at this point. Good chance I'll be moving in the near future to be closer to my girlfriend. Good chance I'll be moving in the near future to be closer to my girlfriend, but I'll stick it out at this place for the time being, as it's my primary source of income. Side note, the boss's dad happens to know the customer in question and stated that he's a real piece of work and I should be given the benefit of the doubt with what transpired. And I should be given the benefit of the doubt with what transpired. Okay, good to know that your boss needs daddy's approval to know when their employee deserves the benefit of the doubt in such a stupid situation, but whatever. Sorry, this wasn't as juicy a post as originally thought. At this point, all I'm out of is a story for r/pro revenge. I'm allowed to wear any eyeglasses I want. While I'm sure within reason, I'm willing to field ideas, LOL. Yeah, I guess it's not as nuclear, but I guess OP won. Boss still sucks, though. Boss definitely still sucks. Must be nice to be so unbelievably stupid that the number one op in your life is some random guy working on your car's glasses. Like that, like I feel like that's just what it is being Republican. Is your life is so, you are so fucking stupid that your biggest problems in life are like stupid shit instead of like the world being a bad place. Evil Core, let me think. Let me use my brain, chat. Why don't y'all like let me think on shit? No, I do be kind of still. Oh my god, this one's a long one, chat. We might need to get started here on the next story, high key. Just another way to punish poor people for being poor. I don't know how Sarby can breathe so still. Oh yeah, I guess you guys are kind of right. I didn't even realize that. What the fuck? I think it's just because I wear baggy shirts. Like, I'm sure if it was tight. Yeah, I don't know. Well, this is from March 2020, so everyone in the story is gonna have way bigger things to worry about. I didn't even put that together. That's crazy, Katana. Yeah, that's when that shit hit. Oh yeah, March 4th. Didn't COVID hit like March 16th? What day is St. Patrick's Day? I remember it hitting like St. Patrick's Day. Oh wait, no, 2020. Yeah, Tuesday, March 17th. Bro, I still remember that so fucking vividly because like everything got shut down right before St. Patrick's Day. Crazy. Crazy. We need epidermis check? What? I don't even know what that is. Is that just your skin? The surface of the skin. What is wrong with y'all? What is wrong with y'all, chat? Hey, what up, Santomira? I'll show you some epidermis. It's called this dick. No, I'm sorry. Hold on, guys. One of my friends texted me who never texted me. I'm going to make sure they're not dying. Oh, what is this? It's literally just a picture from me, a very bad angled picture of me in my freshman year dorm room with the caption, "Daddy Dilf Bitch Tits." What an incredibly unflattering picture. God damn. This feels like so long ago, chat. Oh my God. I mean, it was so long ago. This was what? Freshman year? So this is like 2016, 2017? No, this had to be 2016. Because I didn't live in this dorm my second semester. 2016. So fucking almost 9 years ago. Chat, I'm unk. I'm unk, bro. I'm unk. Daddy Dilf is wild. Yeah, that's actually really funny, especially the friend that it's coming from too. I'm live right now. I showed that to my chat. 2016 was last week. Stop lying to me. Yeah, bro. 2016 is crazy. 2016 is insane. That's not a real year anymore. Oh God, dude. When we get to like 2030, that's just not gonna feel real. That's just not gonna feel real. I'm gonna be in my 30s, y'all. I'm gonna be real unk. Okay, chat. We gotta keep going. We gotta keep rocking and rolling. And we got a weird one. We got a weird one, chat. If you guys are on YouTube, make sure to like up the stream. Y'all, we can get the stream to 100 likes. What are y'all doing? We got 126 people watching, but only 87 likes. Chat, come on. Come on, chat. We can rock in there. We can rock and rip this shit. Easy, bro. Easy. Chat, if you guys could like up the stream, that'd be greatly appreciated. Make sure you're subscribed on YouTube. Make sure you're following on Twitch. Husband moved in his siblings without even letting me know. All of our future plans have basically been thrown away, and I'm heartbroken. We have 37 male husband, 32 female wife, 32 female OP, and a 2-year new update. Originally posted to r/relationship advice and r/2x chromosomes on February 22nd, 2023. Husband and I have been married for 5 years. For some context, his siblings, twins, male, female, early 20s, are underdeveloped physically and mentally. They can take care of themselves as far as wiping themselves, going to the bathroom, and feeding themselves. But they are rather weak, having brittle and fragile bones, and combined with their mental maturity, which is similar to that of a 12 to 13-year-old, they have to be monitored, cooked for, assisted with going upstairs, moving around for long distances, etc. They can't take care of themselves financially because of all of this. All of this I knew while we were dating, but they were being cared for by a team of nurses and caregivers at the time, not in our home. But a few months ago, the team was all fired. My husband told me that he was planning to move them in, and about a week or so later, they were moved in, along with a new team. I had no say or even much of a heads up about any of it. The husband suddenly became full of staff. The house suddenly became full of staff. Someone was always there. Our privacy was basically snatched away. My husband already has a busy schedule. He's a doctor, on call a lot. And now I feel like we barely had any time to ourselves. I'm competing with everything and everyone. We were about to start a family now that we were all settled. Things were good between us, but now everything has been thrown into chaos, and I don't know how to feel. I feel almost a sense of grief. I feel like I have no control of anything. I feel like he just threw away our future and plans, as cruel as that may sound. We had a talk and everything was pointing towards a divorce, but I just feel so bitter. I feel like he's just giving up. He feels like I'm not being thoughtful enough. I love him more than anything and want to salvage our marriage if I can, before just making any snap decisions. Any advice is appreciated. There is one quick edit with more info, so I'm going to read it. Also, I should say his parents are estranged. I've never met them, not even before we married. He cut them off a while ago for a very understandable reason. You know what, you guys? I think I need more information here. Because I think it's implied that they didn't have a conversation around this, but like, I think any relationship that's getting serious where there are disabled family members involved needs a conversation around worst case scenario. If there's nobody or no money to take care of, or no money to be put forward to spend to take care of the disabled family members, there has to be a conversation around, are you okay with bringing them in and taking care of them? I think for any healthy marriage where that's a possibility, that needs to be a discussion that happens before you guys get married. So I think I want context around if they had that conversation. Because either it's you guys failed to have an important conversation before you got married, or you guys had that conversation and one or the other was not so transparent about how they would feel about it. Because, like, I don't think anyone is necessarily doing anything wrong here. Like, I think it's very noble that the husband wants to take in his disabled siblings and care for them. But I also think it's okay for OP not to be okay with that. That's just something they should have talked about before they got married. Because, like, that is probably something that A, should either keep the marriage from happening, or B, the operating procedure, if that does happen, is the divorce. Like, I actually think the answer here is to get a divorce. Like, I don't think if OP isn't okay with living this life, I don't think OP should be forced to. I just think this is probably just a lack of foresight on their part, which, like, yeah, obviously hindsight's 2020. It's easy to judge like that when you're sitting here, but like, from a learning lesson here, if you're in this situation, you should have conversations around what it would look like if a disabled family member needs to be taken care of, you know? I love that y'all are talking about Freakier Friday. I really want to watch, y'all, I want to watch Freakier Friday and Weapons so bad, but I don't know if they're still going to be in theaters when I get back from Italy. I really hope they are, because I'd love to see both of those movies in theaters. Y'all, low-key, I feel like movie theaters are making a little bit of a comeback. Don't get me wrong, I love staying in and just watching a movie on my couch, but I went and saw Superman, and it was actually kind of fun. When movie theaters aren't massively overpriced, it's actually really, really fun, you know? Like, it was like a $6 movie ticket. I think that's perfect. I think that's perfect. I will go see a movie for $6. I will not go see a movie for $20. That's ridiculous to me. You know what? I want to read this. I am the disabled family member, and I cannot imagine my sibling moving in me without informing or getting permission from their spouse, because it would also make me super uncomfortable and feel like I'm unwanted there. You know what, Judas? That's actually a very good point, maybe there is some wrongdoing on the husband's part, because it sounds like the husband didn't even give OP the ability to vocalize that. Because it sounds like the husband didn't even take into account OP's wants, needs, and decisions around this. It sounds like he was kind of just like, this is what's happening and you got to deal with it, which isn't okay. I don't know if it's very clear if that's exactly what happened, because it does seem like there's at least a little communication based off of her being like, we've talked about this and we're probably going to get a divorce. But you know what? If there's anybody doing wrong here, I do have to say, I think the husband is going about this the wrong way. Like, I think the answer is you talk to them about it, and if they're firmly not okay with something that you really want to do, you get the divorce before you move those people in, or you get the divorce rocking and rolling before you move them in. You don't just like move them in and kind of like, well, hopefully my partner either figures it out or our marriage falls apart. What up, Barnes? What up, Owlbear? I appreciate you guys hopping into the Twitch stream. Y'all make me feel like a real Twitch boy. Hey guys, really quickly, I gotta ask my sister what she wants to do for lunch really quick. To be a good host. Can you guys talk in chat for a second? I'm not gonna run ads. I just want to see what she wants to do here really quick. All right. Hey. Sorry guys, just needed to figure that out really quick. I wanted to be a good host. I need to text my sister my Chipotle order. Shmeeg. But he does. Chat rate. Oh wait, actually, let me finish it real quick. Chat, rate the Chipotle order. Okay, we got brown rice, black beans, double chicken, fajitas, mild salsa, corn salsa, cheese, and lettuce. Burrito bowl, tortilla on the side. Bam. Bam. 1 out of 10. Fuck you, Sim Girl. 7 out of 10 because lettuce? What y'all got against lettuce, bro? Y'all don't fuck with lettuce like that? Hey, thank you, Tatted Girl. 8 out of 10, 2 out of 5. Wow, you guys really don't fuck with my Chipotle order like that. No sour cream, guys. Sour cream is just so... I love sour cream. Don't get me wrong. It's just so unhealthy. I feel like if I have to choose... I have to do one or the other between sour cream and cheese, and I love cheese way more than sour cream. What's Beans' order? Beans' order is his kibble and wet food. Hey, Ushio-chan's in here. What's up, Ushio-chan? 7 out of 10 is heinous, but it's not too bad. 10 out of 10 with sour cream, 6 out of 10 without. I did add lettuce. It's the lettuce and chicken for me. I love salads, but not on my burrito / bowl. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all don't eat your veggies and it shows. Y'all don't eat your veggies and it shows, chat. Y'all don't fuck with fajitas like that? Damn, Twitch is having a lot of problems today, huh? Lettuce is the most mid-tier veggie. You're a mid-tier veggie. Wow, I really hope you're not like paralyzed or something like that, because that'd be mad fucked up. Dragon, please don't fuck me up like that. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. I love fajitas, bro. That was ableist as fuck. I know. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Canceled over his Chipotle order. Fuck. It was bound to happen any day, you know? I thought it was going to be by the Republicans, but here we are. Yo, if I got canceled by a bunch of Republicans, that'd be so funny. That would be hilarious. That'd be good. That'd be good marketing for me. That'd be good for the brand, chat. Can somebody tell a Republican to fucking cancel me real quick? Okay. Let's keep going. We got 2 updates on this. Wow, the last update's super long, chat. Let's lock in here. Okay. So, first update, February 28th, 2023, about 6 days after the original post. After taking everyone's thoughts into consideration and taking some time to myself to think, I sat down with my husband when he was off call and told him I wanted to talk about everything that's happened. He told me that he wanted to talk too, and we had a raw heart-to-heart about everything. We discussed the main issue that I mentioned in my previous post. I told him that I felt hurt about him not consulting or even telling me about what was going on, and he sincerely apologized for it, telling me that he wasn't thinking about much else other than their situation, which I understood, even if it still made me feel a certain way. But then he told me that he needed to be honest to me about something, and that he understood that it may affect things between us, but that the whole situation with his siblings and their previous care team made him realize it even more. He became very blunt. He told me that while he loves me more than anything, he loves them more, and that he has to put them first from now on, above anything. He told me that he couldn't handle anything else happening, and that everything he's doing, the cameras, moving in the staff, was necessary. And while this of course hurt me to hear, even though I understand, like I have for this whole situation, I realized some things. He might have acted selfishly at first, even if it was understandable, but my reaction could have been better, I admit. He was breaking down right in front of me, reliving trauma that reminded him of his childhood, and I was too busy in my own feelings to offer any true support. I felt awful about it. I felt awful about that. Yeah, this is really interesting because it's like a tough conversation with it's a tough conversation where people's feelings are getting hurt, but I actually don't think anyone's doing anything necessarily wrong. You know? And everybody is giving each other the benefit of the doubt, which I think is very healthy in a marriage. I didn't mention much of it in the previous post, but his parents were truly awful people. Their neglect caused the underdeveloped / regressed state of the twins in the first place. And if he hadn't taken care of them while they were small, they probably wouldn't have survived. They're very attached to him, almost like a small child with their parent. Okay, yeah, that actually explains a lot of the I love my siblings more than you, because honestly, his siblings are basically his children. As painful as it was, I accepted that I couldn't come before their relationship. I did know about his legal obligation before we became married, so I obviously knew they were important to him. I have no bitter feelings toward the two. They're innocent in this situation and are very precious in their ways in general. Okay. I mean, honestly, y'all, before I get to like the actual conclusion of this, the only way I see this maybe working is if they have listen, I'm assuming they're rich because the husband is a doctor. So, or at least they make decent money. The only way I kind of maybe see this working is if they build like a casita for OP and the husband, so that at least OP and the husband have their own space. But then, yeah, a lot of their life is going to revolve around taking care of these siblings. That's the only way I could possibly maybe seeing it work. That's the only way I could possibly maybe see it work. But even then, like, that's rough to be kind of basically kicked out of your house because you feel like you don't have privacy and such. As far as our future plans, we agreed that we'd wait a few years, 3 at max, before truly deciding if we wanted to have a child or not. We were on the fence, but I was falling in love with the idea of motherhood, perhaps more than I realized. He was also very receptive about having designated areas that were staff only and me only. It's already been implemented a bit, with still more things out. In parentheses, with still more things to put in place. In parentheses, with still more things to put in place, and I'm feeling a lot better about that already. And lastly, I realize that this may seem like the fool's option to some, to many who jump straight to divorce, but now I know all the facts and where he stands, so anything that may happen from now will be completely on me. I feel hopeful in my decision, and I'm not wanting to give up. For him and the marriage that I still value so much, I am willing to give it a try and try to adjust to our new normal. Okay. This edit is not that important. It's just them kind of reiterating exactly. It's kind of just OP reiterating what they said here. You know, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here. I just think they've communicated well and they've put some things in place to try to see if it works. And if it works for them, awesome. I love that. I think that's all you can do, other than maybe, I don't know. I don't think it would be wrong if they went straight to divorce. I applaud them for wanting to give it a go and see if they can make something work together, but more just happy about the communication. I think the communication is great. It's great that the husband laid it all out and was like, hey, just to be completely honest here, I love this person more, you know? Oh shit. You know what, chat? I need to go give my sister a key to my place before she runs out. Let me go do that real quick. Sorry, I don't know why I just randomly thought about that. Yeah, guys, now I'm very curious for this update because this update's 2 years later. What are y'all saying? What are y'all saying? Possibly the healthiest relationship conversation on Reddit. Exactly. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a hard situation, but I feel like everybody is doing their best. You know? I still think the only thing maybe they did wrong here was if OP's husband is basically a parent to these kids, I think someone should have identified, like, hey, this is a possibility down the line. We need to talk about this. But nobody's perfect. Hey, don't worry, Cree. What's happening right now? Hey, Spicy Bin Bag. Thank you for gifting a sub to Mothman. I appreciate you. Thank you, Spicy Bin Bag. Mothman, make sure to say thank you to Spicy Bin Bag right now. Do it. Do it. Chat, let me go give a key to my sister real quick, and then we'll get to the final update. She already left, but that's okay. I'll just give her I'll just leave the door unlocked. Let me text her really quick and just be like, I'm an idiot, forgot to give you a key, but there's one sitting on the counter for you. I also don't know. Oh no, my car keys are literally right there. Cool. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Okay, chat, let's keep going. Okay. Sorry, y'all, the coffee dried my mouth. Chat, let's do the thing. All right, so we have this new update 2 years later, April 14th, 2025. The title is, My Husband's Children Have Brought Me More Happiness Than What I Thought Having Children of My Own Ever Could Have. My Truth Involving Motherhood. I was always a bit of a fence sitter when it came to having children. Through my life, I went through phases of knowing for sure that I wanted children to suddenly becoming uncertain and suddenly not wanting to become a mother at all. My life, honestly, was pretty uneventful. I saw the women in my community having children and began to soon fall in love with the prospect of motherhood as it seemed exciting and appeared to give women who chose to become mothers a purpose. Everyone else seemed to be sure, but I couldn't understand why I wasn't. I married my husband, 39 now, 7 years ago. He is a successful, well-off doctor with a deep connection to his siblings. More on that later. Marrying him was the happiest day of my life. I'm absolutely in love with him. His job keeps him busy, but also because of his job, I have the privilege to stay at home and pursue whatever I want. I did some small online work, but ultimately I was a stay-at-home wife, which I enjoy. After marriage, we still waited a bit before deciding to have children. He has a legal and moral obligation to his siblings, twins, male, female, who are now early mid-20s. But I wasn't concerned about this when it came to us possibly having a child. Seeing how he is with them, his love and sacrifice, along with his dedication to his responsibilities and to me, was confirmation that he was already a great, selfless father. As I mentioned earlier, he is their legal guardian and has been since he was 18 years old, but he has essentially been their caretaker since birth, due to extreme neglect and abuse to them, abuse towards them from the ones who birthed him. If it wasn't for him, quite literally, they would not have survived. He is their father in everything but the biological sense, and they are quite literally children due to being made disabled from the abuse both physically, in parentheses, small, thin bodies and very fragile bones due to stunted growth, and mentally. In parentheses again, brain development wise, they are around 12/13 mentally. Very intelligent as kids that age are, but not able to take care of themselves and still need supervision. To be cooked for and help with movement like going upstairs and walking or standing long distances. About 3 years ago, we were I also need some chapstick real quick, chat. About three years ago, we were coming to a decision on children. I was getting older, 32, now almost 35, and knew that if I wanted children, I had to make a quick decision. I thought about it. Honestly, I went back and forth a little. But shortly after a mutual friend had a baby, I fell in love with motherhood again. But before we could plan, a drastic change occurred involving his siblings. Due to criminal mistreatment by the care team that had been caring for them, my husband abruptly moved them into the home without so much as talking to me. It was a thoughtless mistake on his part that I ultimately came to understand, but I frantically came to post about it on this site nearly 2 years ago on another subreddit in a panic about suddenly our lives being thrown away. In parentheses, I was more in a emotional. In parentheses, I was in a more emotional state of mind back then with all the clock running out thoughts in my head of what I thought I wanted. I realize now that it was not the best move, considering people couldn't fully grasp the full nature of our relationship. His relationship with the twins, or the complexity that couldn't be fully described without telling intimate parts of their backstory. I was called a lot of hateful names. Idiot. Stupid. and told I had no self-respect and would be miserable and bitter for making a choice for myself that didn't involve hasty divorce, and took a more compassionate route. Wow, I forget how evil Reddit can be sometimes. Like, you're not an idiot. You just love your husband and some big change happened that, like, sometimes that's just what happens. They acted like they knew for certain that things wouldn't work out for us and couldn't wait to read again about how they were right in a few years. My husband was accused of being a manipulator, a monster, and selfish. I honestly wasn't expecting such harsh, cruel, and ableist comments, even towards the twins. He even admitted that not informing me was wrong, apologized, accommodated me in my established boundaries involving the twin staff, and designated areas of the house I wanted to keep private, and explained his reasoning without being dismissive. In parentheses, he went into protective/fixer mode. It was an emergency. Okay, I think what they were trying to say here is, in parentheses, he went into protective/fixer mode. It was an emergency and he was having trauma flashbacks, so that's why he reacted like this. It was not malicious, even though it was inherently disrespectful, and more importantly, it was not a pattern of behavior common of him at all. But apparently that wasn't enough for the people on the post, especially the fact that we agreed to wait on the topic of children for 2 to 3 years to see if I could adjust to this new normal, or whether it would be best for us to split ways, because he was going to prioritize his siblings if it came to it. This took a bit of a toll on our marriage, but neither of us wanted to give up on each other so easily. On the other hand, I hadn't been completely honest. I left out important information and took a naive approach to things. He had told me regarding the twins' role in his life. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. This is what I was asking about. I left out important information and took a naive approach to things. He had told me regarding the I left out important information and took a naive approach to things he had told me regarding the twins' role in his life. He had told me before marriage that he was their legal guardian and how important they were to him, and that he would always be their father. I knew this, but took his words as more surface level than seriously reflecting on what they meant. He had also told me that the plan wasn't to leave them out of the home for long. The care team at the separate house was only temporary due to certain circumstance, but again, I didn't properly reflect on what this could mean for the future. Okay, so honestly, 2 of my previous statements have been answered here. First one being that he did communicate to her that, like, maybe not properly, but he did say, like, these are basically my children. They're important. They're a priority. Which I guess maybe there's some read in between the lines there, which I'm not a huge fan about, but he did communicate something to her that she took naively. And 2, it does sound like they have, like, 2 homes, which I kind of agree with. I agree if there's, like, going to be this, like, kind of bigger thing in your life and a lot of people around all the time, being able to separate those 2 things, especially if you're uncomfortable with meshing them in your life, is the right move. After the incident had occurred and the big change had happened, we had a raw, open talk, and he bluntly told me that they were his top priority, and considering he is like their father, I accepted that fact. It was a bit shocking at first, until my counselor, in parentheses, and a few helpful people from the post, told me I essentially got into a marriage with a man already with children and had seemingly ignored the fact. Something changed in me. I saw the love differently and could understand why they were first. A few months passed, then a year. Well, actually, really quick, I do want to say, I like this analogy because, yes, they are basically his children. I think it's noble that he picks his children over someone that he married. Like, I think that's always the right move, whether they're your actual children or not. whether they're your metaphorical children, I still think that's the right answer. A few months passed, then a year. Since then, we have been to marriage counseling, in parentheses, though working around his schedule is crazy. A few vacations, some with just us and some with the siblings, and are in a much better place. We have evenings out and time to ourselves, which it allows. And time to ourselves when it allows. The adjustment at first was difficult, but it was not as a life change. But it was not as life-ending as I had been led to believe. The desire for a child, for one reason or another, naturally started to fade. Even though the twins have full-time, around-the-clock care from the in-home nursing team, I started gradually spending time with them, sitting with them at breakfast, going out into the gardens with them, doing puzzles with them, listening to them as they talk to me about their favorite things and how much they love their father. Something happened that I never thought would. I started to fall in love with them in a maternal sense. I am ashamed to say it, but I was skeptical that it was possible to grow. But I was skeptical that it was possible to grow such an attachment to older children that weren't your own, or to anyone that wasn't your spouse or actual children. I used to feel like I had no purpose. Even after marrying my husband, I couldn't decide what I wanted. Maybe that was why I waited so long into my 30s. My counselor also put an interesting thought in my head. Do you really want children, or are you looking for a purpose? God damn, that is a bar. I think that's a bar that more people need to hear, bro. I think a lot of people have kids super young when they don't actually want children. They just want a purpose. And then they realize that having the children isn't the actual purpose that they wanted. Damn, that is a fucking bar. As I said, my life used to be pretty uneventful, but now I'm so passionate about things such as disability awareness, child abuse awareness, and I've gotten involved with so many foundations. With our wealth, I feel like I can actually do something, and I have wanted to be a children's book author. The twins really enjoy children's books more so than chapter books. My husband and I have grown closer through our love for them. I may not be their mother, but I really do care for them. I don't have many conflicting thoughts about children anymore. I don't think I want any at all, and the feeling of indifference has been there. It's a rough one, Chad. It's a rough one. And the feeling of indifference has been there consistently for a while now. I know some people will probably still think I'm an idiot or that I was manipulated to now caring for them, even though they have staff, or this was his plan all along, or something. He never asked me to, and I still feel, and still doesn't. I see. He never asked me to, and still doesn't fully trust the staff, hence why we still have cameras in their designated areas where they frequent with the twins. But I am truly happy with my life now and see a bright future for us all. I never thought I would log back into this account. I forgot about it for a while. This is not a gloating or gotcha thing for me. I understand that some people were generally trying to help, give tough love, or were trying to look out for me. I was inspired to share this on this site for the last time to give my own perspective. Motherhood and love is something I was so uppity about, but it comes in many forms. I saw it further through a mutual friend's adoption of 2 older children, 12 and 7. As women, whether you have kids or not, if there's no sense of purpose within you, it won't bring happiness. For some women, the kids are the purpose and it makes them happy. For other women, being single and enjoying their life and their hobbies and relationships is their purpose. I don't believe having kids would have made me happy or brought me a purpose like I used to think. The people that everyone told me would ruin me actually opened me up to my purpose, all without having to go through a risky pregnancy, possible postpartum depression, and the stress. Yeah, that kind of cooks, high key. I just want to be with my husband, the twins, and continue to have a nice life. Thank you to everyone who read to the end. This was more of an event and hopefully can be uplifting to women out there who might be struggling with thoughts of motherhood, kids, marriage, purpose, or self-confidence. Don't ever allow others' assertions to shape your life. I'm so glad I didn't fall into the reality that everyone had tried. I'm so glad I didn't fall into the reality that everyone had tried to push me into. I mean, that's crazy. Like, don't get me wrong. I was definitely like, if you guys got a divorce, you got a divorce. But I don't think that what OP was doing was bad. And there is a universe where OP could have realized, like, you know what? This still isn't for me. I want to leave. Okay, we love a happy ending, though. You know? Oh, Lost in Fire, you're scaring me, bro. Scaring me. Yeah, I understand him of being suspicious with the stab, too. I'm glad it worked out for OP. I do think there is I do think there's a scenario, though, where the answer is divorce. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's bold of Redditors to come in and be like, this is the only answer and the only way. With this type of scenario, I think it's just like, you gotta kind of let it play out. And if it plays out to divorce, it plays out to divorce, and that's fine. But it could also play out to her exactly how it did, where she's like, you know what? I actually don't mind. And we found something that works for us all. Which is great, you know? Yup. I always press that one on accident. Beans can with no beans. So sad. So very much sad. This story was so sweet. It was pretty sweet. Doesn't Reddit usually do that every time? No, not necessarily. Not all the time. I also think too, like, as somebody who struggles with whether or not I actually want kids, like, this is kind of nice to hear. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think I could be fulfilled by not having any kids. You know what I'm saying? And not I think. I do think, like, if I learned that I could never have kids, like, I would be fine. Is it kind of sick to think of like a mini me running around? Hell yeah. But I feel like it's, when you think about that, you only think about the positives and like the best case scenarios. You never think of the worst case scenarios. And I think that's the stuff that people don't ever take accountability for or take into account when they're like, yeah, I'm just going to fucking pump out a fuck ton of kids. So, damn, bro, we have some long stories. 3-hour stream so far, and we've only cooked through 4 of the 10 stories. 2 of them are pretty short. I might chat. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. So my plan was to watch this one and then read the new update. I low-key think the move is I'm just gonna read the updates, because that was my plan with this one too, because this story was so long. Like, I might have to just be like, y'all, if you guys want to touch up on all the shit that happened, like, go watch the video and then go watch this part of the VOD. Because this one was so long, I might do the same one for this one, y'all, because I don't know if I have time. Like, I need to be done with this, hopefully, in like an hour or 2. How I see? Is this one long? No, this one's short. Okay, hell yeah. We got a short one. Okay, that one's pretty long. Okay, that one's pretty long too. Oh shit, chat. Oh shit. We're gonna have to struggle through it. We're gonna have to keep going. All right. I'm gonna keep going, you guys. Make sure you guys are liking up the stream, subscribing, all that good stuff. Following on Twitch if you're on Twitch and you haven't followed yet. All right. Okay, here we go. I found my girlfriend of 8 years cheating sex tape. Her family, close friends, and cybercrime police are involved. I'm fucking numb. Posted in r/true off my chest on February 6th, 2024. Almost 3 weeks ago, a friend of mine, Alex, and an old acquaintance, and an acquaintance, Mike, got hold of almost 3 years ago, a good friend of mine, Alex, and an acquaintance, Mike, got hold of a video of my girlfriend, Jamie, fucking another man. Mike found this browsing through porn sites with niche themes and by chance recognized Jamie. Got into contact with Alex about it, where both of them told me about the infidelity. When Alex and Mike told me of the infidelity, I went somewhere between shock and numb. I couldn't really say anything until I saw the video where I proceeded to puke my guts out. I couldn't even sit through a minute of it. The fact that it was edited to go straight into the action with Jamie's face clearly visible didn't help. I mean, is there any chance that this video was from before you guys dated? But also, like, what's going on? Like, did you puke your guts out because you just were sick from seeing her cheating? I don't even want to put that in parentheses, but like cheating? Or was the footage fucking crazy? Because like, I'm like, what is this cybercrime police thing? We drove Mike home and Alex had a good sense to force me to spend the... We drove Mike home and Alex had good sense to force me to spend the night at his place rather than go home where I share an apartment with Jamie with no idea how that would end. We shared some beers, mostly in silence. Alex did try to make me open up on what I felt about Jamie's infidelity, but I was just numb. I didn't know what I felt and told him so. I felt like wading through water with no thought in mind other than what was in front of me. Alex didn't force anymore, and I passed out sometime later. When I woke up, I recovered enough sense to realize that our relationship was mostly... When I woke up, I recovered enough sense to realize that our relationship was most likely over. I go straight home through public transport, most likely brooding and or looking pissed. I wonder what the other passengers thought when they saw me looking like shit while trying to emulate Batman. I get home and catch her getting ready to go out, ask me where I was and why I didn't contact her. I don't bother answering and just told her we needed to talk. We sit down facing each other on our kitchen table that we built from scratch in my grandfather's farm, and that random thought pretty much broke the dam. A lot of stuff happened, a lot of harsh words were said, accusations and blame. Too many details to describe, but essentially, I immediately broke down in tears and asked her how the fuck she could ruin this relationship we worked so hard on. She's confused and wanted an explanation. I drop the bomb and show the video. She cries, begs for forgiveness, but I hear nothing. More crying and cursing until I tell her that we're over. Okay, so sounds like she 100% did cheat here. That was it, and she just shuts off. She slumped down and closed her eyes, still crying but says nothing. This gets me out of anger, and I try to figure out what she's doing. Talking to her, hard and gentle prodding, nothing. Absolutely unresponsive, so I just drag her to our bed and lay her there. I go back to our kitchen and call her parents, Alice and Julio. I simply told them they needed to come and that their daughter is suffering a mental breakdown. I say nothing more than just telling them that they needed to see us and that what was happening needed to be face to face to explain. I shut my phone off, go back to the kitchen, and think about what the hell just happened. Okay, but she begs for forgiveness, so like, I mean, it's never explicitly said, but I feel like it's implied that it was actually cheating, right? Yeah, it was definitely a crime, cheating or not, still posted most likely without consent, which is why the cybercrimes unit is involved. Yeah, that's, I'm guessing, why. Her parents rushed to our apartment demanding what the fuck happened. I don't tell them about Jamie's infidelity, but just say she needed mental help. She's on the bed acting comatose, but otherwise okay. They couldn't, I mean, shit, dude. Listen, no parent wants to hear that, but I think you need to give them full context. I think you need to be like, hey, I caught her cheating, and then also I found out because there was a video on the internet. I think you can say that very lightly and explain the situation, because, like, I don't know, it sounds like they're kind of accusing you of causing this. They couldn't bring her out of it, and eventually I had to explain. I didn't want to do it without Jamie being able to explain herself. I showed them the video, and they're heartbroken, told them we had an argument. I didn't hurt her, but she probably couldn't handle the stress and broke down. They decided to bring Jamie to her university's mental health clinic. I decided not to go with them. The next day, Jamie eventually wakes up. She's stable and responsive. There, she says that the video was not consented. Her family decided to report this to cybercrime. Police. Jamie's family don't grill her with her mental state being the way it is, but her parents are obviously ashamed and aren't sure what to do other than what the psychologist recommends, which is to let Jamie rest for a while and support her until they're sure she doesn't implode when she... Hold on, guys. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta answer this. That's interesting. I might, that's kind of a problem. I don't know why that wouldn't be the... Sorry, guys. Give me 2 seconds here. That's really dumb. Everything's fine. It's nothing too urgent. It's just more stupid. Like, it's fine. It's just like a stupid thing that shouldn't be being stupid right now. God, that's just so fucking annoying. Everything's fine, guys. I just have to, like, I have to figure out, like, I just need to figure out what I need to do about this. I can't really talk about it because it, like, I don't, it would dox me a little bit. No, guys, like, I'm good. I'm just more like, I don't know. This is like mad inconvenient. I gotta check. I gotta check something real quick, guys. Hold on. Sorry, guys, I'm dumb. Fuck, sorry, guys, I'm trying to check the hours on something. Oh, okay, wait. Oh. Okay, cool. I have till 5 p.m. All right, okay. Okay. Sorry, guys, I just need to check something. Because I was like, dude, if I have to end stream to fucking figure this out, I'm going to be so pissed. Okay. It's fine. It's fine, chat. We're chilling. We're chilling. Okay, let me keep reading here. Jamie's family didn't grill her with her mental state being the way that it is, but her parents are obviously ashamed and aren't sure what to do other than what the psychologist recommends, which is to let Jamie rest for a while and support her until they're sure she won't implode when they send her home to her parents. This was all relayed to me by her older sister, Jackie, who's trying to be the mediator. She asked me if I was really going to end the relationship. I responded that I'm not sure if we can even salvage it. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. I feel bad for Jamie, but like, I don't think if she did cheat on him, I don't really, like, it would be nice of him to provide that support, but I don't think he owes that to her. 2 days later, Jamie's parents asked me to visit them for a talk. I agree and go the next day. Jamie's parents and her older sister are present. We go to their living room and sit down. They look sad and tired, and I feel the same way. Jamie will be the last topic of our talk. First is me. They wanted my parents to be involved. I feel disrespected as we're already adults, plus me and my father are tense, but I relent as I'm already tired and a bit out of my depth. Marriage was in discussion in the past after all. Why do they want his parents involved? That seems weird to me. Like, why do OP's parents need to get involved in this? Finally, we talk about Jamie. She's stuck in her room, miserable and ashamed, otherwise okay. She'll stay with her parents for now. When she's needed by the police, she can stay with Jackie in a hotel. They understand that I needed space. They've submitted a report to our city's cybercrime office. In parentheses, they live 1 to 2 hours away in the suburbs. I'm needed for the investigation. I explained that I wasn't the one who found the video, but I'll try to get Mike involved. They apologize for Jamie, but I tell them she's the one who needs to apologize and that they shouldn't baby her. They agree, but beg me not to argue right now since Jamie may relapse. They explain her psychologist's assessment. Spontaneous nervous breakdown. No history of mental illness, concluded to be the cause by accumulated stress from her studies and acute stress reaction from our argument. She needs rest in a safe environment. Psychologist almost called the police on me, but they convinced them not to, and with no physical trauma observed, gave up. That's on some bullshit. Hey, Zebra, thank you for the $5 dono. It might be a weird cultural thing. You mean like asking him to get back together with her or something, or like giving her support? I mean, that's crazy, bro. If you're a psychologist and you get a patient that has a mental breakdown because the partner confronted them about cheating on them and that there's a video about it, and you're still like, oh, that guy, we should report him to the police? Like, what? The discussion devolved to apologizing, tears from Alice especially, and other noise, but they did want to take charge of everything. The investigation, Jamie's well-being, her education and finances, etc. I was kind of washed off of everything. 8 days later, Alice calls me in the middle of the night begging me to see Jamie. Depressive episode, kitchen knife, locked in the bathroom yelling for me. Worst hour of my life. I'm pretty sure I almost died twice on the road and glad that my country isn't developed enough for highway cameras. I meet Alice and Jackie outside the house waiting for me. Jamie has mostly calmed and Julio's with her in her room. They beg me to go see her, and with how bad the situation looked, I rushed to Jamie. She's a fucking wreck, looked like her blood's been drained and hasn't slept for a while. She starts crying the moment she sees me and reaches out her arms. Whatever anger, exhaustion, and anxiety melted away, and I embraced... Whatever anger, exhaustion, and anxiety I had melted away, and I embraced her. She kept apologizing and begging for me to stay. I shushed her and held her tight. She eventually goes to sleep, and I take a moment to think about what's happening. Oh, I see, Zebra. Thank you for another $5 dono. It doesn't sound like this is in the US. No, and you were referring to wanting the parents to be there as a cultural thing. Got it. Okay. You know what? And especially because it's confirmed that it's not the US, that makes sense. I mean, I guess it's not confirmed, but they said the highways aren't developed and don't have cameras. So, like, my country isn't developed enough for highway cameras. I don't think that's at all how you can describe America. Y'all, this might be a really mean thing for me to say, but I think in a lot of ways this is a little manipulative, chat. Like, don't get me wrong, like, a mental breakdown sucks, but like, I don't know, man. I don't think this is his responsibility. I think this is like, I don't know, man. Like, don't get me wrong. Everything here sucks, but like, and like, no matter what happened, she didn't deserve to have that video posted without her consent. But man, at the end of the day, like, it is her fault. Like, if she wouldn't have cheated, this wouldn't have happened. And she did OP unbelievably dirty. Like, it feels gross saying this, but like, I'm not a huge fan of her, and I low-key think this is manipulative. Like, if she's in the bathroom doing all this, she needs to be, you need to call the police and they need to put her in another mental institution. The answer isn't pressure the guy who she did unbelievably dirty and that he's trying to process all this shit. Pressure him into coming and like giving in. Yeah, I don't know, y'all. It low-key feels manipulative. Not low-key, a high-key feels manipulative. I genuinely felt heartbroken seeing her like this. This is not where I thought we'd be together in the future, much less this Christmas. I'm losing my best friend and would have been partner for life. This was a person who helped me through my depression when even my own family dismissed it. She's even the one who made me make journals to help process what I go through. I mean, she's also the same person who still cheated on you. Like, honestly, it's worse now. Like, she knew that you had depression and she still, like, did you dirty. Like, I don't know. It's actually ironic how she's the reason how good I can write down details on her affair and how bad it affected me. She's not evil. She's a beautiful, patient, and overall wonderful human being. Thinking of all the stuff we've been through, what we've done for each other, if I were to list all of it, you would probably reach twice the word count for my post. I love her and was prepared to be with her for life and face everything that comes with it, and she destroyed that. I wake up before her and go to the kitchen for coffee. Jackie is there and explains that she's had episodes twice before this, and this was the worst one yet. All of us except, okay, then like, hold on. So if this is the worst episode, what is she still doing here? Like, why is she still in the house? All of us except Jamie talk on what to do. Alice is in chemo for breast cancer. Julio runs a business 20 minutes away. Jackie's workplace is already hounding her, and Jamie needs help. The situation is fucked and everyone is exhausted. Jamie needs therapy. I implied mental institution and that almost got my head torn off. But no one can look after her 24/7. They asked me to reschedule the inevitable and try to help her. Y'all, is it bad I don't like this family? Like, it's almost like the family is trying to force OP to have to stay in this person's life. Like, guilt him into it. Like, this is not OP's problem anymore. I'm like, don't get me wrong, unbelievably tragic that this is how she feels she needs to act. But it's not OP's circus anymore. The second she cheated, I don't think OP owes her a goddamn thing. They asked me to reschedule the inevitable and try to help her. There were definitely some emotional manipulation, but they are desperate. Due to my obvious lingering attachment and my own respect and love for these people, I agreed. This is where I fucked up. I go home, talk to Mike about the investigation. He agrees to talk to the police. I call Alex and explain all the BS happening. He warns me that this didn't sound like the right call. He warns me that this wasn't the right call. He warns me that this didn't sound like the right call. A mental institution was probably the best, and I'm just gonna get hurt. Regardless, he'll stand by my decision and to call when I need him. I love this guy. I've already scheduled a consultation for therapy, and Jamie will have a different one scheduled 3 days from now in my city. I just want to take a really long nap and get away from this. Yeah, I high-key think he fucked up here, y'all. I think he fucked up heavy here. I mean, yeah, supporting her is his choice, but I'm willing to, but I'm saying that number one, it's not the right choice. And number two, what I will say is, yeah, it's his choice, but it's being very heavily manipulated by not only by not only his ex, but also by the family. Yeah, dude. This also kind of low-key, guys, like, if all this is true, I know you guys are like kind of coming up with theories. I'm just taking this as face value, what we're getting. If this is all just like true, like, she's dangerous. You know? Yeah, don't get me wrong. I hope the girlfriend gets better, but I don't think that should be OP's responsibility. Hold on, chat. Fuck. Zebra gave another donation, $20 donation. Oh my God, Zebra. Holy shit. Zebra gave a $20 donation. Are we sure that the act against her was consensual? Obviously, it's being posted wasn't, but what if she was drugged or otherwise forced? As a victim myself, non-consensual and drugging would certainly lead to a mental breakdown. I mean, it could be. We haven't gotten that specified at all, you know? But, and if it was like that though, like, why hasn't that been brought up by the girlfriend? Unless OP is like keeping that from us. Hey, Miss Morgan, thank you for using your Prime sub on me. Oh, look at that. Puts us at our sub goal too. Thank you, Miss Morgan. I appreciate y'all helping me cut into those Daddy Bezos profits. What if it's him in the tape and he's trying to make it seem like he didn't do it? I mean, yeah, like, listen, we can come up with crazy conspiracies all we want. I think we have to take it as face value unless we know. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I think this, it's a possibility, but I think it's pointless to bring stuff up like this because we don't, like, you know, like, to me, like, that, don't get me wrong, I understand how you make that jump, but it's kind of pointless. Like, we can make that jump about anything. You know? Consent or lack thereof can be difficult to prove as far as legality. I mean, I'm not even talking about legality. I'm just talking about, if that's the case, why did that not come up in their conversation? Story doesn't add up. What about the story doesn't add up for you guys? Like, to me, it kind of does. Like, I don't see any insane discrepancies here. It's just like, she cheated. There was a video of it. She was confronted. She had a mental breakdown. There's some stuff missing. Like, what? Like, yeah, this is how I feel, Anna. Like, the story makes sense to me. He's making himself seem like a savior. Or he's just kind of communicating what's happening. I don't look at his OP as the savior here. I think he's a victim. Me personally. How he wrote it made it seem like she went into catatonia immediately after confronted her. I mean, it said that they talked. And it said that she... What did it say? She cries, begs for forgiveness, but I hear nothing, more crying and cursing until I tell her that we're over. That was it, and then she just shuts off. So I guess, yeah, maybe it's catatonic, but like it didn't seem like there wasn't words that were said. Okay, the bit that seems super alarming is the psych eval wanting to call police on OP that was skipped over nothing. You know what? Okay, I guess that is fair, Miss Morgan. Like, maybe he's leaving something out that would give them a reason to want to call the police. I don't know about this, cat. There's some, like, it sounds like there were other like the psych person was saying like this is her being stressed already and then having her relationship fall apart. Like, to me that makes sense. I don't know if we can be like, oh well, this doesn't seem mental breakdown worthy. Like, to be honest, I know people who have had mental breakdowns over less. Way too much to focus on the wrong aspect here. She was kind of assaulted, but he's focused on the cheating. I mean, are you saying he shouldn't be focused on the cheating? Like, don't get me wrong, guys. It's wrong that she got that video posted. And maybe it's an assault, and that would be completely different. Like, maybe that's what OP's leaving out here. Maybe she was assaulted and she told him that. That would be completely different, don't get me wrong. Because that's not cheating. That being said, though, like, we don't have that here. So it's all just kind of speculation. That's what I'm saying. He's leaving out the things he did. But did he do something? I'm very confused where you guys are getting that he did something wrong here. The parents may have been lying about the police thing to pressure him and is sticking around to support her. Like, you're lucky we didn't call the cops, therefore you need to stick around and offer support. Yeah, I agree that the story seems to add up. I've definitely had experiences with police who are eager to investigate husband/boyfriends just because of the stereotypes. That's kind of how I feel. I don't really get why we're like jumping on him to like, this guy is clearly doing something wrong, because I don't think it's very clear. Like, dude so one of his friends just told him, hey, we found this video of your girlfriend cheating. He confronted said girlfriend about cheating. She had a mental breakdown. And now he's getting manipulated and gaslit by the family to get back with her and take care of her because they can't take care of her. I don't really see where that is. Like, and I do think, guys, like, if the psychologist had any, like, it literally said about the psychologist thing too. Psych almost called the police on me, but they convinced them not to, and with no physical trauma observed, gave up. So I guess that is pretty, like, fishy. Like, maybe there's some other reason there. But I don't know. I didn't read that as a red flag. I kind of read that as, like, kind of what people were talking about, where, like, they immediately jumped to, like, oh, if something bad happened, it had to be the boyfriend. He comes off as really cold, which is 100% understandable. I mean, I don't even see him as cold, y'all. Like, the whole interaction, are we reading the same story? Like, the whole reaction of how he dealt when he saw her again was very wholesome. Like, it was very much like him being like, everything melted away because, like, I really love this woman. But I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. I just don't understand. Like, to me, jumping to these conclusions right now seems very unrealistic. The phrase "no physical trauma observed" is kind of sketchy. It definitely is. Yeah, I definitely think people are like taking this and like coming up with their own theories, which I think is kind of pointless. Like, we have to just look at it with the information that we're given. Maybe throwing up a couple red flags of like, maybe we should keep an eye out for something along this. But generally what I'm taking from this is like, dude got cheated on, confronted her. She had a bad reaction to it. Don't get me wrong, her reaction's bad, and the video being posted is bad. But I don't think that means that OP should push aside the cheating to take care of her, you know? Okay, let's just get the update. Maybe we'll get more information here. We have one update on this. Posted on the 21st of February, 2024. About 2 weeks after the original post. Okay. It's been over 2 weeks since my last post where I proceeded to get my ass handed to me. I'm not complaining. You guys were right. I do need to leave and start living my own life. A lot has actually happened since then, but thankfully most of it is boring, sad, and disappointing. Got myself a behavioral therapist, which something I should have done a long time ago. I have different problems unrelated to this that Jamie did help me through most, but a professional really does make a difference. Gave me a lot of hard questions, important questions that forced me to put my life into perspective. It was a liberating experience. Finally talked with my own family about this. For context, I'm not very close to my actual parents, particularly with my father. Broken home and all of that. I consider my aunts, my father's 4 sisters who stepped up to take care of me as a child to be my real parents. So I mentioned family. I really just mean my 4 moms. Turns out they were more involved than I thought. Jamie talks to them. She loved talking with them about me and our relationship. They got closer for it too. She asked so many questions about me, what I liked, food, hobbies, what my childhood was like. She'd ask advice from them about so many things, what to do when I get pissy, how to get my ass moving, all that cute stuff. Around a year ago, when they noticed that I started acting positively when they played around with the topic of marriage, Jamie and my family started to get ready. 3 of them have families with at least 3 children each. So to help ease the accommodation, they save money to pay for themselves and anything extra that goes... They save money to pay for themselves and anything extra goes to the wedding, to us and whatever after. They even talked about engagement rings, called them disappointed. Calling them disappointed is an understatement. With the bullshit happening now, they opted to give me half of what they saved for the marriage to help me out and also offered to take me back again, which truly is a massive help. My biggest problem this whole time was a source of income. I didn't have a job lined up out of my city, still don't, and my savings are meager. With all that settled, I gave my employer my resignation letter, canceled my lease, and have by the end of the month to sort out my affairs. I'm leaving for good. As for Jamie, I've gradually stepped out of whatever's been happening with her and around her, talked with her family, or more like told them that I was leaving. Gave them info about psychiatric hold and made them handle her appointments with her psychologist and whatever else she needs. It was a sad affair, really. I know it doesn't seem like it, especially with Alice and Julio making me stay and take care of Jamie, but this is a first time for all of us. They raised 4 great kids, their relationships are great, and they even extended that to me when they barely knew me. Jamie fucked up the worst, and this isn't something anyone can expect anyone else to handle with ease and grace. I mourn my loss of a potential family that I could have been proud with. For the piece of shit who filmed her, I still haven't confronted her about it, but Mike and Jackie shared what she told the police and how the investigation's going. It was a Korean national she says she met on social media for a fling. She said they only fucked once, but that was immediately shot down. The video showed 2 different distinct rooms and got pressured to admit where it was in case they can get anything like CCTV, social media posts, logbooks, witnesses, etc., and that they did. One hotel still had recordings that day, 2 hotels with logbooks containing names and dates, and their DMs. She didn't mention she was R-worded, blackmailed, or drugs in play, only mild intoxication, which was all obvious on the video, apparently. So sounds like it was consensual, but the posting wasn't consensual, which is still bad. Everything but the recording was consented. There were some possible routes to take in terms of damages, but when a lawyer got contacted, it was pretty much dead in the water. The piece of shit being a Korean national currently in Korea muddied the legal waters. They can do nothing else other than contact relevant Korean authorities, gather as much evidence and wait. But the lawyer wasn't confident anything might stick. As far as they know, they have no evidence that it was even piece of shit who set up the camera, beyond that the piece of shit stayed the night before and the cameras are obviously long since gone. There are far too many angles the piece of shit can play to delay or even win any lawsuit that reaches him. It will be most likely expensive, drawn out, and with very little chance of winning. So they gave up that route. The piece of shit is getting off scot-free. Why did Jamie do it? I don't know. Before, I didn't have the guts to ask her. Now it really doesn't matter. I'm not as exhausted as before and my mind's been clearer. I'm leaving for good regardless of why she did it. I can't just walk straight out with no explanation or maybe leave a letter for her, thanking her for the wonderful time we spent together, the love we shared, and a final goodbye. I'm romantic like that. Still, I've decided to handle this with as much grace as I possibly can. I'll help when worse comes to worse. Don't lay blame on myself or her family and not even mount pressure on Jamie for ruining everything. Not for Jamie, but for my own twisted sense of self-gratification that I did everything that can be expected and more. I will leave with my back straight and nose held high. Funnily enough, this did eventually show me how lucky I am despite everything. Yes, the love of my life cheated on me and had the audacity to throw a tantrum over it. My future's looking a little bit bleak. I found out so much repressed anxiety and anger from my shitty childhood, but I'm still doing pretty great. I have family that loves me, friends that have my back, and despite her betrayal, brought the best of me. I have family that loves me, friends that have my back, and despite her betrayal, brought the best out of me with wonderful memories along with it. I have nothing to be ashamed of and can say with pride that I was a wonderful boyfriend. Hopefully this will be my last update. If not, the next will be far more boring and less mouthy. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's making the right move. I still am like trying to understand why you guys were like reading this and thinking that he was the one bad here. Like, that's just not what I got from this. I'm not gonna lie. Don't get me wrong. There were some question marks for sure, but some of the leaps y'all were making were fucking crazy. I can't lie. Some of the jumps you guys were making were kind of ridiculous in my opinion. I don't know. Maybe he is a bad guy, but it's pretty much debunked that he wasn't the one behind the camera, which also now thinking back about that wouldn't make any sense. Like, why would he confront her about it if he was? I don't know. I guess maybe that would be an insane 300 IQ play, but I don't know. Not reducing it to a tantrum is so invalidating. Listen, y'all, like, I don't know. We don't get more information. Here's what I will say, y'all. If this was a man, I feel like we would be calling it a tantrum. When a man cheats, it's funny to make fun of like the videos of him on the floor crying, having a mental breakdown, whatever. I truly think if this was a man and we called it a tantrum, everybody would be okay with it. I think everybody would be sitting here being like, this man is trying to manipulate her. They would be saying that this person's trying to manipulate OP into staying with them. I think because it's a woman, we're trying to give her like the benefit of the doubt, which, like, don't get me wrong, number one man hater right here. But I feel like unless they give us a reason here, we need to treat it equal leveling. Equal leveling. Like, the only malice I was seeing was from her. And I do think maybe reducing it to a tantrum is mean, but I do have to say, for me, this felt manipulative. This felt like her trying to do what she can to get the boyfriend back in her life, and the family was only enabling that and adding on to the manipulation. I don't like calling anything a tantrum. It feels like saying something. It feels like saying someone's reaction is childish. Yeah, I don't understand how people can read this and put the blame on the boyfriend. That's kind of what I'm thinking. It has been a long stream. Yeah, no. I mean, I get it, y'all. It is about her having the videos posted, which sucks. Don't get me wrong. But I also think it's about her getting caught. Thing is, it sounds like the parents were the ones manipulating more than her. You know what, Miss Morgan? That's a good point. I think you're kind of right, actually. But I guess the question is, I don't know. I guess the question is, like, is there a possibility that she knew that that would play in her? You know what I'm saying? I don't know, though. I don't know. I'm not trying to, like, completely villainize it, but, like, hey, see a fourth pine cone? Yeah, I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong. It's bad that there was a sex tape there. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You know what, Anna? I see what you're saying, but, like, I'm not trying to blame the girl because it's not okay what happened, that they recorded it non-consensually and posted it online. But I think we do need to hold her accountable to the fact that, like, her cheating is what led to it. You know? Like, we can't just let her off scot-free for cheating because something bad happened to her. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not condoning it. I'm not saying it was okay. But, like, there is the fact of the matter of, like, if she would have been faithful to her boyfriend, it wouldn't be out there, you know? Not saying that that makes it okay by any means, but I think it's, like, I don't know, there's, like, I guess it's a question of, like, accountability for actions here. Like, I don't think we should just, like, wipe our hands clean of her. Yeah, like, this is what I don't understand either, too, Crystal. Like, it sounds like they had a great relationship. Like, why did they cheat when they were discussing marriage? Okay, yeah, I agree with this too, Ashton. Should she have cheated? No. Is this traumatic and was her response reasonable? Yeah. Ooh, self-sabotage. That's actually a good point, Tatted Girl. That's a good point. What's the new tease, Bill? Damn, that one was a conflicting story, chat. Goddamn. Oh, sorry guys, I was on the wrong screen the entire time. Fuck. I'm sorry. I really should say sorry to Jivka. That makes her job a lot harder. Sorry, Jivka. I just know Jivka hates me. I'm gonna need to lay down after these stories. No, these stories are crazy, bro. Editor destroy Ben, bro. Jivka could destroy me. Let's be honest. Yeah, just an interesting story. I don't know. I will never get it. I will never get it. All right, chat. Let's keep it rocking and rolling, shall we? Let's keep it going. Okay. Yeah, let me see. We got, oh shit, we got 3 more stories. 4 more full stories and 2 shorter ones. Or 2 updates. So we can cook through this, chat. We can cook through this. I have faith in us. I have faith in us. Okay, here we go. Am I overreacting for refusing to let my fiance's aunt see our newborn baby until she apologizes for unsolicited jokes? Posted in r/am I overreacting and r/am I the a-hole on July 6th, 2025. My fiance, 26 male, and I, 24 female, have recently had our first child. This has been a pretty big deal for us since I had a major pregnancy. Wait, didn't I read this? Okay, maybe I didn't, but I know where this is going for some reason. I don't remember why. This has been a pretty big deal for us since I had a major pregnancy loss with our daughter in 2024. A couple days ago, my fiance's aunt flew in from town to congratulate us and meet our son. When she got to our house, she kept making unsolicited jokes about this baby and my loss last year. My fiance had told her multiple times to stop and got very serious about it. She, however, still refused to apologize to either of us and continued making jokes. I eventually told this aunt that I'm not going to allow her to see the baby anymore until she apologizes and proves to the both of us that she can be a mature adult. I made it very clear to her that I don't need empathy. I don't need her to support either of us going through this, nor do I even need her to give us any grievances. All I need from her is to be excited for us in the present moment, not to compare it to the past. Edit, she got very angry when I told her this and yelled at us for being unfair and claimed we were taking her away from her own family. You mean the family that you're actively disrespecting? Making jokes about something that's traumatic for somebody? Like, what the fuck are you on? I mean, I don't even think they should give her a second chance. Like, she's not going to actually be sorry about it. She's not going to be actually mature about it. She's probably just going to do that. If she does apologize or whatever, she's just doing it so she can see the kid. Yeah, this is not an aunt that I would want anywhere near my child. OP did add a note here that the fiance is fully in agreement with OP and is backing them up 100%. He agrees with OP's words, actions, and levels of He agrees that the aunt's words, actions, and levels of immaturity are unacceptable. Okay. No, none of the comments are very relevant. It's just some of the people's reactions, no added information. So I'm probably going to skip that, you guys. What are y'all saying? I mean, y'all have to be on the same page as me, right? Yeah, this lady is terrible. Wait, what is kid apologizing for? Hey, don't worry. Kid, don't worry about it. No, it's important to have those conversations. Don't get me wrong. No need to be sorry, kid. You're always welcome here. This is a safe place, by the way, to have... Well, okay. Unless you're being like an awful, terrible human being. This is a safe place to have the wrong answer sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I will have the wrong answer sometimes. That's just how it be. That's just how it be as a normal human being. It's more just like, can you have a mature conversation around it? And can you hear what other people have to say? Wow, a supportive partner. What a concept. Crazy. I mean, some of the OPs that we've read need to take notes for real on a supportive partner. Chat, let's just knock this one out. I don't think this is one that deserves insane discussion. It's more of just like, what happened, you know? Okay, update on the same post, July 7th, 2025, the next day. My fiance's aunt is currently staying with his parents. Earlier today, my fiance went over to talk to her about it. I stayed home by choice for what I feel are pretty obvious reasons. He went over and explained to her that we are cutting all contact with her. She's not invited to our wedding. She will never see our son again, etc. He told her that she crossed the line and that because of her actions, if we did receive an apology, we would have a hard time believing her apology was sincere. Obviously, much more was said. I'm just giving a more general overview. The part that threw me off even more was the fact that she never even told his parents what happened. His parents were shocked and flipped out on her. They told her that her options were going to be to stay at a hotel and experience this area by herself, or to get a ticket to fly back home. Dude, W parents, we love that shit. We love that shit. If you have to hide your actions from close people around you, you're probably in the fucking wrong. None of my fiance's immediate family, his parents and 2 younger sisters, have turned on or blamed me. I'm so lucky and thankful to have my fiance as well as most of his family in my life. Thank you for reading as well as the input I got in the comments. We love a happy ending. All right, that was a great palate cleanser compared to this fucking shit show that we just read. Oh my god. I mean, it's not perfect, but at least it has a happy ending. At least it has like a happy, perfect, there's only one party in the wrong and they got what they deserved ending. Crazy. How y'all doing, chat? How we living? Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, and then 4. So we kind of have 4 stories left. 4 stories left, and I need to knock them out in like an hour. Yo, chat, how have we been hovering at 99 likes, bro? 99 is crazy! Y'all, if one person could like up the stream, that'd be greatly appreciated. One person. All right, guys. Let's just keep going. There's not much discussion from that one, I feel like. That one was just like pretty cut and paste, pretty easy. This one's super long, though, so we got to lock in for this one. All right, chat? Here we go. Am I the a-hole for telling my wife that I'm tired of raising a kid that is not mine? Okay, I'm just making sure I didn't read this one before. I feel like I've read one pretty similar, but I haven't read this one. Okay. Original post, May 19th, 2023. Posted in r/am I the a-hole. I, 31 male, am married to my wife, Amber, 30 female. We have a daughter, Emma, 7 female. The problem is my wife's best friend, Jennifer, 30 female, has a daughter as well, Harper, 7 female. Well, Harper's dad is a lazy sack of crap and refuses to do anything with his daughter. He's the type of guy that brags about how he never changed a diaper. Jennifer and Harper are usually at Amber and Mai's house on the weekend because Harper's dad is drinking and watching sports all weekend. On Saturdays, I normally spend all day with my daughter because I don't see her as much as I want during the week. However, with Harper being there every Saturday, anything I do with Emma, I have to do with Harper. Take Emma to the zoo, it's Emma and Harper. Take Emma to the zoo, it's Emma, Harper, and I. Taught them both how to ride bikes. Take them to both dance class. Take them both to the kids' salon, and so on. Mother's Day was the last straw. I took them both to dance class Saturday morning. Amber and I also pay for both dance classes because Deadbeat won't. On the way home, Emma asked if we could stop to get something for Mom for Mother's Day. I said sure, but then it ended up I had to buy something for Harper to get her mom as well. On the way home, I just kept thinking, why am I buying someone else's wife a Mother's Day gift? That's his job. A few days later, because I did not want to ruin Mother's Day, I told my wife that I'm tired of raising Harper. Her real father needs to step up. I'm tired of it taking away time I get to spend with Emma. She said that Jennifer is her best friend and we need to be there for Harper. Okay, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but hey, if Jennifer's your best friend, where is your husband's a deadbeat and you need to leave him talk? I mean, maybe that talk is there, but like, that's what being a best friend really means to me. Now she's not speaking to me and I'm sleeping in the guest bedroom. Am I the a-hole? It looks like OP added some sort of edit with more info. Emma and Harper are best friends. It was my idea to spend Saturday with Emma. I work more during the week, so I wanted to spend Saturday with Emma and to give my wife a bit of a break. We pay for things because Jennifer's husband thinks it's a waste of money to pay for dance class and Jennifer can't afford to pay by herself. Jennifer and Harper do things with Amber and Emma 1 or 2 times a week together during the weeknights. Okay, here's what I'll say here, chat. I don't think anyone actually sucks here, except for the bummy ass dad of Harper, except for the bummy ass husband of Jennifer and dad of Harper. That being said, I think the way that they're going about this is like a little bit of an everyone sucks here, because I do think, like, especially for your child's best friend, I think there is a little bit of above and beyond the Call of Duty that you should do for them. Maybe this was just the way I'm raised. Maybe you guys will disagree with this, but if your child's best friend has a shitty dad, I think there is a little bit of responsibility there to support that child if you can. Now, what I will say is I think the way that the child is currently being supported is too much. It's too much. If the dad wants to have time with his own daughter, that's just him and the own daughter, I think that needs to be a priority. It needs to be something that happens every once in a while. So like in that way, as much as I think like OP needs to like, as much as it's not his responsibility, be a good parent to his child's best friend, I also think the wife needs to see like, hey, they're doing a lot here and they're also overstepping in a lot of ways of what a parent should normally do, but I still think it's a good thing. And like, I don't know, I guess it's not, like I'm saying, it's not their responsibility, but I think as a parent, you should be prepared to take in a child that is your child's best friend who's being neglected. Like, I truly believe that. And maybe that's just the way that Kathy raised me, because shout out Kathy. Not that it's ever been super severe, but she has taken care of a couple of me and my siblings' friends in a ways that were above and beyond the Call of Duty, just because that's how Kathy be. And I think that's how it should be. I really do. So I don't know. I think there's some middle ground here that they need to get to. Like, hey, to be honest, y'all, I think this might be really mean to me, but I think it's kind of to me, it's kind of ridiculous that he's complaining about buying something for his child's best friend for her mom for Mother's Day, who also happens to be the best friend of your wife. Like, I get it, it's not your responsibility, but like complaining about it to me, unless you guys are starved for money, complaining about it seems really stupid. I don't know. To me, I like start billing him childcare. I don't know. I think there needs to be like a middle ground here of like, hey, I get that we have to step in because this is your best friend, your best friend's daughter, and our daughter's best friend. I think there is a level of like extra things that you should do here. But I also think it's okay for OP to be like, hey, every once in a while, every other week, I just want to do stuff with Emma. Like, I think that's understandable and fine. Also, I think OP, if it's not happening, I think OP needs to be like, listen, you need to talk to Jennifer about either kicking her husband's ass in gear or getting a divorce. Me personally. My very personal take on this is that you should always show your child that you're there to help someone who needs it, but it's completely within your rights to have a convo with the other parents. Absolutely. And like, I just think it's like, they both are like, I just think it's not you're the a-hole, but it's like, you're both kind of wrong. In my opinion. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm very, the main thing I'm getting out of this chat is like, if there isn't any conversation about Jennifer leaving the husband, there should be. There absolutely should be. And also they need to, yeah, I think the wife does need to realize, because like it isn't the husband's responsibility, but I do think it somewhat becomes their responsibility because they're best friends. Like I do, like, to me, if it's like, if you have a child and that child has a best friend, there does need to be a little bit of above and beyond. Like, to me, this is a little bit like if you're like paying for Harper's meal and complaining about it a little bit. Like, I don't know. Like, that just like it should be kind of like an unspoken rule that like, if your child has a best friend and they come over, like, you need to feed that child. You know, you can't just sit there and be like, oh, their dad didn't send them with money. You know, it is a little bit more than that, but like still, I think there's just varying degrees of what each child comes with in terms of, I don't know, baggage. I don't want to use baggage because I feel like baggage is very negative, but like, and usually applies to like that person personally, but it's not even personal baggage. It's baggage that Harper's dad sucks. Paying for dance class is above and beyond. You know what, Anna? That's actually a very good point. That's a very, very, very good point. I will agree with that. Yeah, that's crazy. I think there needs to be a divorce and then some sort of like child support, you know? That's crazy. Sending a bill for shit is insane. Insane activity. Okay, let me look at some of the comments because I think the comments might give some more info here. Someone asked, where's Harper's mom in all this? OP said, hanging out at our place. Harper started to come along because I thought it would be mean to take her friend and not her. At the start, it was not all the time like it is now. Someone replied, so your wife probably enjoys hanging out child-free with her friend every weekend. If your wife doesn't agree to friend-free days, maybe the mom should start needing to attend the outings too. I don't understand why Harper's mom isn't at least driving kids to dance and you since you pay for it, etc. It's actually kind of a decent point. Hey, if we're paying for this, you got to handle all the rides. But also, I don't think it's a question of who's spending time with the kids or not. It's a question of, I want just time with my own kid. OOP, our house is on the way to dance, so she comes here first. I also like going to dance. It's kind of fun being the only dad there. And after class, we have a routine of going to the local bakery and getting a croissant and smoothie for breakfast. Oh, that's actually kind of fucking cute. I can't even lie. Are the gifts and things you spend on her getting paid back to you? OOP, the short answer is no. The longer version is Amber and I make a decent amount more money than Jennifer and her husband does not like to waste his money on the kid. Jennifer cannot afford to pay us back. So any money I spend on her kid, I know we are not getting back. Someone said 7 years in, you've set the expectation and Harper is not going to understand your withdrawing. So, for taking 7 years to decide this was an issue. OOP, I see what you're saying, but it's gradually gotten to this point over 7 years. Part of it is she is here more now than she was when she was younger. Part of it is, as Emma has gotten older, we do more involved things. When they were 3, we just went to the playground down the street. Now it's trips to the science center. I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with this. Because I think something can be normalized that you maybe aren't a huge fan of, that you kind of just put up with, but then finally one day you reach your tipping point. Like, are we really saying that, like, you're not allowed to reach a tipping point on something if it took you 7 years to get there? Don't get me wrong, I understand that it's the standard now, but like, if he's not happy with it, it at least should be a discussion. And it at least is, like, I don't think this is very invalid of him to be like, hey, I'm taking care of someone else's kid. That at least should open up a discussion about that kid. Do I think that he should, like, completely cut the kid off? No, absolutely not. Because, like, for all intents and purposes, OOP is basically that kid's father. Which sucks, but I don't know. Like, you know what? You know what I think it is, y'all? I think a big part of it is I have friends, still to this day, where their parents have treated me like a kid. They've gone above and beyond for certain things. I've been invited to Thanksgivings. I've been kept up to date with, like, family emergencies and stuff like that with my best friends and their family. Like, one of my best friend's moms calls me son. So, like, and also I know she would go above and beyond for me. So I don't know. Maybe I'm, like, projecting how I've been taken care of, but I do think it's a very noble way to, like, treat the best friends of your kids, you know? Someone said you should definitely have a talk with this sorry excuse of a father. If anything, just tell him what you think of him. OOP, I would, but he's not a civil discourse type of guy, but more of an alpha male beat you up type of person. Yeah, I actually don't agree with this. I think based off of how he's described the husband, it would make everyone's lives worse to bring this up, including the kid and this shitty husband's wife. I think if anything, the discourse needs to be with the wife of, like, you need to leave this guy. Someone asked, why do you pay for her dance classes? Why can't either of Harper's parents do it? OOP, I pay for the classes because Emma wanted Harper in class with her. Harper's father is the type who his money is my money and Jennifer's money is their money, and he does not want to waste money on classes. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think it is a little bit of an overstep to pay for the dance classes, but I think, I don't know, man. That one's a hard one. Because, like, I kind of agree that it isn't his responsibility to pay for those classes, unless you figured out some sort of arrangement that makes it worth it. But I don't know if I guess it really depends. Like, what is the goal here? Because I think depending on your goal and depending on your goal, that's your number one priority, the answer is different. Like, if the answer is, I just want to make my child as happy as possible, I think the answer is to keep paying for the dance classes. Because if you decide to stop paying for the dance classes, that means nobody's going to pay for the dance classes. Harper's not going to be able to go to class with Emma. Emma's going to be unhappy. And therefore, you aren't achieving your number one goal. But I totally understand not wanting to pay for the classes. Like, if you guys are like, man, we are wasting so much money that we could be putting towards Emma's future, then I totally kind of understand being like, okay, we're not going to pay for these classes anymore. And maybe, too, maybe that becomes your and Emma's solo time, and anything extra, Harper is included. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's a compromise based off of, like, what you think is the end goal here. Yeah, I think Harper's mom needs to leave the dad, honestly. He clearly doesn't want to be a dad anyways. Totally. Totally. I agree with that 100%, but then that comes with talking, like, if I'm in the comments of this, I'm asking, like, hey, is your wife encouraging Jennifer to leave her shit-ass husband? That's the information that I need, because that is truly the needle mover here to getting what everyone wants. Okay, y'all, I just kind of want to go to the update. I might actually cook through 2 of the updates just for the sake of time, unless there's some big thing to have a discussion on. So, hey, what up, Molly? All right, so the first update is June 2nd, 2023, nearly 2 weeks later. Amber and I are fine. Her reaction was based on poor word choices by me, poor communication. Okay, wait, hold on. My wife and I are fine. Her reaction was based on poor word choices by me, poor communication by both of us, and some things I was unaware of at the time. The short version is, things at home were much worse than I was aware of for Jennifer, and my wife had only recently found out how bad things were. Okay? I think that's very important. Mother's Day was the straw that broke the camel's back for Jennifer as well. She was raised in a, you must stay together for this kid. She was raised in a, you must stay together for the kids family. When Harper came to me for a gift, she realized that her daughter did not see her sperm donor as a father, so it was time to get out. Okay, also great. Jennifer came to my wife to ask for help leaving because she had no family in the area, and Jennifer does not have the financial resources to leave on her own. So the night my wife was going to ask me if we could help her is when I told her I was tired of raising someone else's kid. That's what caused her reaction. Okay, all right. So just literally the worst timing in terms of OP expressing his feelings and the wife having a big ask. So like I kind of that honestly, like, everything is in perspective now on why, like, everybody handled it wrong. The Saturday after our initial argument, Jennifer did not come over, and Emma went to her grandparents. So the wife and I had a long discussion about what was going on, and that's when I found out all the stuff going on with Jennifer. The wife and I decided that Jennifer and Harper can stay with us for the time being. My problem was never with those two. It was that I had to take over for the deadbeat, or deadbeat if you prefer. Oh, is that because OP had a... Okay, Jivka, you can cut that part. I think that's just because he made a typo, which nobody's going to be able to see. When we told Emma about this, she was super happy her friend was staying with her. We had a conversation with her that if she wants to have time with either parent without Harper, just let us know, and we do not want her to feel left out of anything. Last week, with the help of a U-Haul and some friends of mine, we got all of Jennifer's and Harper's stuff and moved it into our house. The good thing is we have a 4-bedroom house, so everyone gets a bedroom. The bad news is my wife's office got moved to the basement. Wish me luck. We shall see how this goes. Okay. You know what, y'all? That's kind of the happy ending. Deadbeat's getting left. Harper's happy. Emma's happy. Jennifer's being supported. You and your wife had a great conversation. Chat, big W wubbies. That makes me happy. That makes me happy. There are 2 more updates, so that makes me worried that one of them is going to be bad. I don't think there's much to add, to be completely honest, y'all. Yeah, y'all are agreeing that's a good ending. I'm gonna go to the next update. All right, chat. I'm curious. Hopefully this doesn't go downhill, and this is actually a year later update. Okay. Update 2 was posted on May 12th, 2024, 11 months later. Jen and Harper are still living with us. As I mentioned before, Jen did not make that much money. She worked as a phlebotomist for our local health network. The good news is, with the current nursing shortage, they have a program where they will pay for employees to go to nursing school. She was able to start that in the end of August. The bad news is it's an 18-month program, and they only let you work 20 hours a week while you are in the program. So the arrangement is, once she graduates, she will move out then. That should be next May. The divorce with Deadbeat is still going on. Once he found out he was going to have to pay child support, he tried every dirty, nasty trick he could think of. No idea when that'll be finished. My wife is doing good. She's happy. She is helping her best friend, but 5 people in a house is a lot more work than 3. Since she works from home, the pre and post school work falls on her. Emma and Harper are still best friends. Shockingly, Harper is doing much better in this environment than before. They don't do everything together anymore. Harper quit dance class, but she started with soccer. I think knowing that she will get fatherly attention no matter what she is doing has given her some freedom to pursue other interests. Oh, wait, that's so fucking cute. Oh, wait, Harper has turned into my Lego buddy. Stop. That's fucking cute, chat. OP ain't even the stepdad, but he's the step... Wait, no, I fucked that up. OP ain't even the stepdad, but he's the dad that stepped up. That's really cute. I like that. Okay. Emma never had any interest, but Harper and I have done some nice sets together. Emma and I still have our daddy-daughter dates on the weekend. I still take her to dance class, and she started to take fencing classes. I don't know if I should be proud or scared that she could defeat me in a sword fight. Spoken like a true dad, honestly. I think I'm doing better a year later. That there's a plan with a timetable for Jen and Harper. Oh. The fact that there's a plan with a timetable for Jen and Harper has relieved a lot of stress from my life. That I also don't have to see Deadbeat has also been a relief. I also try to take a few hours a month for me time and do my hobbies. The bad part is I had thought that I was done with the portion of my life where I had roommates. It will also be nice when Jen either gets her nursing job and or gets child support so that Amber and I can stop footing the bill for so much. For all the people that said Jen was going to become our sister wife, or that I was going to cheat on my wife with her, or that she was going to ruin my marriage out of spite, or any of the weird sexual fantasies some of you guys had, absolutely nothing has happened. That is a crazy line to come before the final update another year later. Like, I really hope that wasn't really unintentional foreshadowing. Please. please. God, this one's a good one, chat. This one's so far a good one. If this one ends poorly, I will cry. You guys will see a grown man cry live on stream. Y'all, I'm just gonna read the update. I don't think there's much here. No, nothing more to elaborate on. Let's just pray for the good ending. New update 1 year after the last update that we just read, July 10th, 2025. So it's been over 2 years now, and I've gotten a few requests for updates, and at this point I think everything is concluded here. So here is the final update. Emma, my daughter, is doing great. Still doing dance, still loves the zoo, still best friends with Harper. Harper, Jennifer's daughter, is doing good, still my Lego buddy, has gotten into video games. She got a Switch last year. Big into Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing. I have no idea what the point is to those games, but she must like them. I know way too much about her favorite character, Audi. She is not doing dance anymore. Amber is still kind of... Amber, my wife, is still killing it at work. At this point, I might be the gold digger in our relationship. Any guy that does not feel comfortable with their wife being the primary breadwinner, I feel sorry for you. No, for real. Bro, dude, I want a wife that makes more money than I do. High key. Let me be the trophy husband. I'm pretty enough to be the trophy husband. I want a wife who's like, oh yes, go do your silly little streaming while I go make the bread. Like, She's still stressed out at home because she has a lot of extra housework that falls upon her because she is the one home because she works from home. She started to run to help relax and as is typical for her, she excelled at it. Jennifer graduated from nursing school in May. She just passed her NCLEX exam, which I guess is the exam nurses must pass before they can get hired. She said she got a job on a med-surg telefloor. I have no idea what that is, but she sounds excited. Her divorce is done now. It went quick once Deadbeat got his new girlfriend pregnant. Good luck to her. And she insisted that they get married. Shockingly, sarcasm alert, Deadbeat still has no interest in seeing Harper. He has seen her maybe 3 or 4 times in the past 2 years. Bro, honestly, like, I'm so glad OP is there, because that's so fucked. That's so fucked, man. The exciting news is that Jen and Harper moved out at the start of July. She rented an apartment. So I finally have my house back. The apartment complex has a pool, so Emma's excited for sleepovers. The first sleepover is tentatively scheduled for this weekend as long as everything is unpacked. I'm looking forward to a night of just the wife and I. With everything settled and money for the divorce, Jen has started to pay us back. We refused money, but she paid for Amber and I to go to Disney for a run Disney for a run Disney event this year. It was fine, but a 10K It was fine, but a 10K in Florida is not my idea of fun, but my wife had a good time. Amber wants to get up to a half marathon. She also paid for us all to go to Disney World this summer. Both girls are super excited. The both can't wait to meet the princesses, and yes, there will be separate hotel room for them and us. It sucks that Harper's dad has no interest in her. With them moving out, I have been promoted to cool uncle. I think I am fine with that role. I am also looking forward to the Disney trip. I have loved Disney since I was a kid. I mean, super noble of OP and the wife to be like, hey, you don't have to pay us back. But like, yeah, maybe accept a couple little things here and there. You know what I'm saying? But I'm glad it all worked out. We love it. Oh my God, thank God for a fucking wholesome one, because we have been getting shit kicked in this stream. That's so sweet. I do really appreciate that he did like step up. Him and his wife did communicate. Like, the best possible ending happened. And that's in a world where shitty things happen, sometimes it's nice when the shitty thing doesn't happen. Oh my goodness. I love how Jennifer didn't take advantage of their generosity and is actually trying to pay them back. I love their friendship. Exactly. Jennifer sounds like the type of friend who deserves the support that she's getting from OP and Amber. And that is like the best, like that is like best case scenario. You know, I do think there are some friends out there who just take advantage of their friends' generosity. Hey, good night, tattooed girl. Thanks for coming through. I didn't know you're from Ireland. That's pretty sick. It's pretty sick. Yeah, I appreciate everybody coming through in this stream. Y'all really came through. You guys, let me check on my sister real quick. Just make sure everything's good with her. She doesn't need anything. We do be having one story. Oh, this one's long. Okay, we do have one pretty long story. A new update that's pretty short for this one. A medium sized story to read, new story, and then the new update for my 15-year-old kid got his girlfriend pregnant. So plenty more content, chat. Let me just double check my sister's okay. She doesn't need anything. She isn't sitting there like, oh my God, I can't believe I have to listen to my fucking brother talk his shit. I'll be right back. And I'm gonna fill up my water. Sorry, y'all. I'm not done. Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, my water bottle. Where's my water? Chat, don't hate me, but I also need to go pee really quick. So I will be right back. Let me go pee. Boom. He's taking too long? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it's taking me a while to go pee, Cree. I'm sorry I don't fit in your parameters of checking in my sister and peeing. Oh, you thought I was pooping, that's why? I'm not gonna, y'all, if I was pooping, I would be gone for like 10 minutes, y'all. Also, I only poop in the mornings. Cree's not an OG. Cree doesn't know me like that because Cree doesn't know. If y'all been around for a while, y'all know that I only poop in the mornings. Only poop in the mornings. Bro, y'all, TMI. Sim girl, my entire stream is one big TMI. The fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Sarby's Discord is not so scary. It's chill and friendly. Exactly. Did you wash your hands? Of course I did. How do you time your poop? I don't know. I know much about your pooping lore. You're kind of right about that, actually, Cree. Hey, Croco Lily! Thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate y'all cutting those Daddy Bezos profits. Y'all kind of goated for that. Goated with the sauce. Goated with the sauce. TMI, too much incest. The fuck? The fuck? Ew, that's so weird. What's wrong with y'all? Okay, chat. Mwah. Mwah. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Here we go. The guy I'm dating and his friends gatekeeped me about my hobbies and career. I'm feeling embarrassed. We have a 29 male guy that OP is dating and a 25 female OP. Originally posted to r/relationship advice on November 15th, 2019. I need some help processing this. They made me question whether or not I'm actually authentic when it comes to what I'm interested in. I feel like I don't want to talk about my interests with anyone because I don't want to be pop quizzed. The person I'm dating, together 3 months, I'll call him Dan, recently invited me out to dinner to meet some of his coworkers. The first red flag was he invited everyone out to a Hooters. I've heard enough. Break up with him. The fuck do you mean? Dude, y'all, if I ever get a girlfriend and unironically take her to Hooters, I want one of y'all to take me out back and put me down Old Yeller style. Okay? Show this to the police if that ever happens. This is me giving you my consent to do so. Cause what do you mean, dog? What the fuck do you mean? Unless my girlfriend is like, that's funny as fuck, take me to a Hooters. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The fuck? The first red flag was he invited everyone out to a Hooters and said they chose that restaurant because it's close to where they work and is easy to get to. Which is true, but there are several other restaurants nearby that offer better food and a better atmosphere. Yeah, that's not a good excuse, honey. Before he invited me out to dinner, he half joked that his coworkers, all of them male, didn't believe that he was dating a hot girl that's into the same hobbies as them. The hobbies are that I'm considered to be they are hobbies that are considered to be primarily for men. Okay, so... Alright, chat. So what are those? That's probably anime. Probably video games. Maybe like Star Trek and shit like that. I mean, not to stereotype y'all, but the ones that are really into it are not ones that are respectful to women. I was a little irked at that comment, but he said he was just joking around. This pretty much became the catchphrase for the men that night. When everyone arrived at the restaurant, Dan and his coworkers were making comments about the girls that worked there and their physical appearances. This made me a little uncomfortable, but I didn't say anything. What are we doing with this man, girl? Like, what? Come on. You can't do better than this guy? Like, I'm sure you can. If you're really a hot girl with primarily male hobbies, or excuse me, maybe not primarily male, but like male with male dominated hobbies, like, I'm sure you can find someone so much better than this. Once everyone ordered their food/drinks, his friends started to quiz me about my interests. Many of them share the same male-dominated hobbies I'm interested in, and they more or less just tried to see if I knew facts about the hobby, as opposed to asking me questions about what I like/don't like, or what I'm currently doing in said hobby. For example, if my hobby was American history, one of them would ask an esoteric question like, "Oh, so you like American history? How many $1 bills are currently in circulation? How old is the French Broad River?" Listen, I don't care what hobby you like. If you're one of these people, you're kind of a chode. Like, like it's like that, "Oh, you like this band? Name 5 songs." It's like, what if I just like one of their songs? So what? What are you gonna do about it? Like, oh my God. I also work as a junior automation engineer at a startup software company. I haven't been writing code that long, as I was working in QA prior and learned how to code while I was in that position. I'm really green, and I know I still have a lot to learn. The projects I'm working on are small, and I'm getting help at work. All of his friends are senior level software engineers and were quizzing me about my work and trying to see how much I actually know. They were asking about advanced things like They were asking about advanced things I do not know about, and were asking me technical questions that don't even apply to my job. But they were all smiling and laughing and would frequently say something like, "Aw, we're just kidding." Okay, so they're little fragile boys. Listen, this goes back to what we were saying earlier. You are the person that you surround yourself with. Okay? What you should be grasping from this is you are literally dating one of these guys that you don't like. He just has a mask on, bro. This guy has a mask and he's covering it up because you're giving him sex. This is how he actually is. He's a Hooters going, misogynistic, fragile piece of shit. At one point, I felt like I was at some weird interview and was taking one question at a time from each D-bag at the table. I know I stopped fake smiling at some point and just emotionlessly answered their questions. I think one of them became self-aware because he just looked down at his phone for the rest of the evening, didn't ask me anything else, and just looked uncomfortable. When they weren't asking pointed questions at me, they were talking to each other and ignoring me. I'd be interrupted if I tried to include my thoughts on a subject or nod at me and look away to someone else. I should mention all these guys were 5 to 10 years older than me. I'm 25. The guy I'm dating is 29. His coworkers are in their early mid-30s. I don't have as much experience as they do. Part of me was hoping I could meet peers who could have helped guide me or answer my questions about their careers. Instead, one of them literally asked me to give him an SQL query. They all kept saying they were just kidding around or just joking and laughing about it, but it was so cringy. Dan was sitting beside me and wasn't stopping this behavior from his coworkers. He was coaching me, I guess, saying things like, "Oh, you know this one," or "Come on, you got this. We talked about this last week." Dan also made the comment of, "See, she's really smart too," to one of the guys at the table. Girl, Dan sounds like such a fucking bitch. I mean, honey, you are 3 months in this relationship. Let's just snip, snip, chop, chop this bullshit. That whole night was just awful. He was acting irritated at me because he saw my whole mood change when I was being quizzed by his friends. He said he noticed me having an attitude with his coworkers when they were just having fun and trying to get to know me. That it was immature of me to have been obviously annoyed, and that I audibly sighed multiple times when one of his friends spoke to me. Okay, so his friends were assholes to you, and then he was upset at you for that? Come on, girl. Where the scissors at, girl? Where the scissors at? I can't stop seeing Dan as a super cringy dude now. I thought he was acting ridiculous and seemed more like a 13-year-old boy as opposed to someone who's supposed to be turning 30 in a couple of months. I'm pretty sure I can't go on with the relationship at this point. I don't think this is an overreaction on my part if I were to break up with him. Is it within reason to end a relationship after this event? Everything was going fine before this happened. I mean, I disagree. Weren't you saying that he, like... Weren't you saying something about him... I thought there was something about like something Dan did from the top. Like, I don't know if this is super off brand for him. Everything was going fine before this happened, but now I just feel gross. The dinner happened last night and I haven't returned any of his texts today. I know ghosting is wrong, but I don't want to look at him or speak to him. The thought of him just kind of disgusts me at this point. I've never felt like someone's I've never felt like someone's show poodle before. I don't know if I'll feel differently in a week or if I'm just unjustified in my anger. Nah, girl, you need to cut this bitch off. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think you should ghost if you're like in an actual relationship with someone. I think ghosting is like if you guys are in a talking phase or just kind of like seeing each other, whatever. I think you just need to text him and be like, yeah, so like going to fucking Hooters with your friends has really revealed to me what kind of guy you actually are. And I don't fuck with that guy. So, yeah, girl, this man should be dropped. Acting like this and he's pushing 30. You're right, that is crazy, y'all. That's coming from a guy who's also pushing 30. I can't imagine this shit, bro. Also, hanging out with dudes like this is just so fucking annoying. Like... I would not get along with guys like this. Okay, we do have a couple of relevant comments here. I do want to hop into the relevant comments here. First one, you are seeing Dan as a super creepy dude because Dan is a super creepy dude. This guy does not respect you, and he purposely brought you to a restaurant and disrespected you by talking about the women there. Here's what happened. They brought you to Hooters to undermine your confidence and put you in a disadvantage. In parentheses, hi, we're a bunch of guys that are going to go to Hooters and talk about the appearance of the women there while the one woman at our table sits and watches us. They all, including Dan, treated you like a specimen as if you were a stupid little girl. Dump Dan and his juvenile, misogynistic friends, please. OOP replied, you're right. In a way, I'm kind of glad this night happened so I could see who Dan really is. Even if he didn't mean anything malicious, he's still an immature bro, and I don't want to be with that. I'm not going to ghost him. I think I'm going to use this thread to come up with a series of good pointers about how everything he did was wrong. I'm also laughing at the fact that his friends will likely make fun of him after I break up with him. I'll do it this weekend so he has something to talk about Monday morning at work. Someone asked, I wonder why Dan and his friends have to go to Hooters and leer at the waitresses when they're just so good at talking to women. OOP replied, I knew Dan and his coworkers would frequently go to Hooters for lunch. Red flag. He always told me he didn't like how misogynistic that place was, but he really enjoyed the wings. Yeah, I just hate how all the fucking losers that go here are misogynistic and want to leer at women, but bro, the wings rip. That's such bullshit. I'm sorry. If you really like the wings that much, just DoorDash them, okay? I feel like if you're a dude, especially a dude in a relationship, there is like 0.1% time, like, reasons why you should go, you know? Like, I'm not gonna lie, y'all, the only reason I could see if you're married going to Hooters is A, if your wife thinks it's funny and wants to go, or B, this might not be the best reason, but my mom and dad were both on a united front for this. When I was a kid, my parents used to think it was so funny to take, when I played on my hockey team, it wasn't Hooters, it was called Tilted Kilt, but it was right next to the hockey rink. And so sometimes afterwards, my parents and the other hockey parents would take us to Tilted Kilt because they thought it was so funny being like, we're going to put our sons in like situations where they have to like talk to hot girls. I just thought it was so, like, now looking back at it, I think that's the funniest troll. Like, my mom would be like, oh my gosh, like, that woman's so pretty. I'd be like, Mom, stop, you're embarrassing me. Kathy is so funny for that. Kathy is hilarious for that. Was anyone dragged to Hooters when they were younger? Me. Your parents were the original haters. Y'all, I was such an unnecessarily sheltered kid. Like, I just, like, my mom and dad, like, if I would have, like, went out of my way to talk to girls, my mom and dad would have been supportive of it, but they pretended like they weren't, which kept me scared to talk to girls, low-key. But, like, now looking back at that, I'm like, oh, that's so fucking funny. Like, Kathy was like, yo, watch my son fumble this talking to this girl. Me just, like, trying to order something off the menu, being like, oh, this pretty girl's asking me questions, like... Yeah, bro, but in general, those places, not good. Not good, bro. I can maybe understand it if you're just like a stupid college kid or something like that. You know? Like a stupid college kid who's just like, you know, like I feel like that's where you're just like, go party, be an idiot, whatever. But I feel like once you become a grown man, going to Hooters is weird as fuck. You know, like if you're around the age of the Hooters waitresses, fine. But like odds are these dudes are not the age of these Hooters waitresses. And one of them has a girlfriend. Weirdos. I feel like B-dubs is a little bit different. I love B-dubs. I love Buffalo Wild Wings. I just can't have wings that much, y'all, because I could fucking max some wings. Hey, Danny, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Lots of Prime subs today, chat. I appreciate y'all. Thank you guys for cutting into those Daddy Bezos profits right before I go to Italy. I kind of want to go to Hooters. See, but it's different if you're a girl, because I feel like it's less like about objectifying the women and more being like, oh, look how hot that girl is, and like hyping her up, you know? Yeah, I don't think I'd ever go to a Hooters. I don't remember the last time I have been to a Hooters. It might have been when I was a kid. High key. Yeah. But he really enjoyed the wings, Q eye roll, but the way that they were talking about the waitresses and even how they thought of some of the waitresses were too old to be working there really bothered me. This commenter said one of my exes was a sex worker programmer and she what? Wait, software, not sex worker. I think it's software, not sex worker programmer. I was like, what? Does she program sex workers? Ah! Sorry, guys. I think it's software programmer. That's crazy one. Crazy abbreviation to use here. One of my exes was a software programmer and she had more in common with my... I keep wanting to say sex worker. And she had more in common with my software friends than she did with her their girlfriends and wives. So at parties she hung out with us guys. None of us made her feel uncomfortable about work stuff. Your boyfriend and his friends are not a good group of people to become involved. Your boyfriend and his friends are not a good group of people to become involved with. OOP replied, it surprised me how shitty these guys were because everyone at my current job, male, female, junior, senior, manager, whatever, is cool as fuck. I mean, I think a lot of it is like there are some jobs that won't put up with those kinds of people, but then there are other jobs that don't give a fuck and therefore get flooded by people like the ones that are your boyfriend's friends. And probably your boyfriend too, let's be honest. They are all helpful and super humble. They are all helpful and super humble. The more senior people have no problem holding your hand and teaching you without making you feel like a dumbass. We have all started somewhere. Ah, someone guessed the hobby was Magic the Gathering. OOP replied, it was actually several hobbies and interests that Dan would brag about to the guys. D&D, video games, and oddly enough, the fact that I enjoyed expensive scotch. Oh, okay. So this is somebody guessed that the hobby was Magic. This is that somebody guessed the hobby. This is when someone guessed the hobby was Magic the Gathering, not that's actually the hobby. Interesting. Okay, well, I mean, like, the only right answer here is break up with him, which it seems like OP is gonna do from these relevant comments. You know? Sex worker, programmer, AI job of the future. I sure fucking hope not. That is a bleak world to live in right there. Okay. Sorry, I love you for thinking sex worker, not software. I've never seen software abbreviated as SW. I've never seen that. That's crazy. Okay. Guys, I just kind of want to hit this update real quick. Update and some relevant comments. All right. The update on this is coming from the update on this November 19th, 2019. It comes 4 days later. Wow, I triggered a lot of fragile men in my first post. To those who were triggered, all I have to say is LOL. The actual update is a little further down if that was all you wanted to see. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to read this part, guys, because I don't think it's very relevant, but basically there were a lot of incel men in the comments. Listen, all I'm going to say is this is pretty black and white in terms of who's wrong here, Dan and the friends. If you don't see it like that, you're fucking brain dead. Okay. Update. After the post, I decided it would be best to end things through a phone call. I mentioned ghosting, but it's probably best he knows how and why he fucked up. I waited until Saturday to reach out to him, told him we need to talk. I'm paraphrasing here, but this is basically what the convo went like. Dan, this is about the dinner, isn't it? OP? Yeah, it is. Dan. And? OP. I don't think I've ever felt so unwelcome in a friend group before. It felt like a shitty interview. All they did was test my knowledge. No one tried to get to know me. And when actual conversation was going on, I was ignored or interrupted if I tried to talk. Dan. I don't feel like it was anything like that. OP. Okay, so how often do you guys sit around just asking questions like, quick, what is the SQL query if you want to delete 2 rows from 2 different tables? Dan. I don't know. OP. No, really, do you quiz your friends randomly like that at work or out and about? Dan. No, not really. OP. And why not? Why don't you just ask lightning round quizzes like that? Because it's not what normal people do? Dan. I don't know. They were just having fun and joking around. Me. It wasn't fun. OP. It wasn't fun for me. I have male and female friends in all sort of professions. I've never cornered any of them to test their knowledge. I trust they know what they're doing. I ask them about work, what they're doing. You know, normal questions. Dan. Okay. OP. I'm not going to print out a CPA exam and quiz my accountant friend. Don't you think that would be a little fucked up? Dan. I don't know. Maybe. Yo, this dude is just such a bitch about it. Oh, I don't know. Okay. Like, just say you have no spine, bro. He knows he's in the wrong, but he doesn't want to admit that he's in the wrong. We talked a little bit more about that night, and I gave him more specific examples of what he and his friends did, and he never really had any good answers. It was a lot of I don't know and single word answers. I told him I created a Reddit post and I would send it to him. He was a little pissed off that I did that. Felt like I had no right to do so. At the end of the conversation, he asked if we were done. I told him, yeah, that I can't see a future with him, that I saw a different side of him that night, and I don't want to be someone's prize poodle on display for the world to see. He didn't really say anything after that, just hung up the phone. I sent him the URL for my first post. He texted me throughout the weekend, but I didn't respond. He read the post that I sent him and wasn't happy with it. and said he couldn't believe so many people were on my side and were hating on him. Bro, you took her to fucking Hooters. I was on her side after the first 3 sentences where she basically said he thought it was a good idea to take me to Hooters with his friends. Right off the rip, I already know how stupid you are. He sent a few more angry texts after that, like he couldn't believe we were breaking up over something so stupid. He did send a few rounds of I'm sorries and let's try to work through this. But when I didn't respond, he just went back to angry texting me. Also, I did find his friend who buried his head in his phone that night and sent him the Reddit link and asked if that sounded like what had happened. Dan's friend said he knew what his friends were doing. Dan's friend said that he knew what his friends were doing was wrong and felt bad for me. He apologized for not stepping in and assumed that Dan would eventually speak up for me on my behalf. He also apologized for joining them in the beginning and wished me luck in my career. All right, well, at least one of them isn't half brain dead. Okay, that's not super important. Yeah, I don't think the relevant comments here are very important. It's just kind of elaborating on how stupid his reaction was. I mean, shit, bro. I feel like don't get me wrong. I think the right move was to call him out on his behavior. But I think at the age of 29, there is just such a smaller chance of especially a man changing their behavior, seeing the ways that they're wrong. Because most of the time they're closed off. They think they're always right. And especially a guy like this who doesn't understand that you shouldn't take your girlfriend to Hooters and that your friends grilling her because she's smart and into dude hobbies isn't okay. That man is hopeless. Like, there is not gonna lie, there's really no hope for him. I wouldn't put any money on betting that he will change in the future. Not y'all in the comments being like, yo, fuck his friend, girl. Do it. Y'all wild in chat. I love y'all. You guys are wild and I respect that shit. I respect that shit so heavy. Does this man know anything? Probably not. Man is a full-blown dumbass. I support women's wrongs. I agree with that, Morgan. I agree with that. Does this man know anything? So many I don't knows and okays. No, for real, bro. What a baby back bitch. Baby back bitch. Alrighty, chat. We got, oh my god, this stream is 5 hours. Y'all, chat, if you guys haven't liked up the stream yet and you're seeing this shit's 5 hours long already, what y'all doing? What y'all doing, you guys? Like up the stream. Nice long one today. We're not even done, chat. I do want to keep going, though. Okay. I do want to keep going. Okay, so for you guys, really quickly, we have 2 stories that we just need to read the updates for. My 15-year-old kid got his girlfriend pregnant on purpose. I'm not going to try to summarize that one. If you missed it, that's big L because the story's fucking crazy. The other one that I'm going to be doing is this one. My husband's childhood best friend asked me to do a favor, humiliated me in front of her family. I'm done being the bigger person. So when I read this like 2 months ago, basically the gist of it was OP's husband has this friend who, like, everybody in the family was like, oh, you know, they're going to end up together. They didn't end up together. Husband ended up with OP. The friend has, like, kind of crossed boundaries, but not totally. Husband's totally not into her. Whatever. The friend asks OP to, like, be in a photo shoot. And the entire time during the photo shoot, it's, like, her family talking about how OP ruined the chances of the best friend and the husband getting together. And the husband did not have a good reaction initially. Initially, he like was quiet about it, didn't stand up for her. We berated him, but then in the update, he stepped up and was like, that was wrong of me. I apologize. We're going to cut off this friend and I'm never going to speak to them again. That, from my memory, that was kind of like the last thing that happened. Yeah. Okay. So that's the TLDR of this. If you guys want the full story, it is in the 15 most upvoted of April for Best of Redditor updates video. So you'll have to scroll down a little bit, but that would have been posted in May. And as if you guys haven't like picked up on it yet, I have like a very specific layout for my channel at this point. My regular videos have the white thumbnails. My 15 most upvoted videos have like me in the middle with the 2 stories on the side. And the Am I the Devil is the red one with flames. Am I the A-hole is this kind of like orangish brown. And then Best of Redditor updates is the blue. So if you guys want to really quickly find stuff like March, like this is the video I'm talking about. But I'm sure you guys have picked up on that. I'm sure you guys have picked up on the way that I organize my videos for you guys, so it makes my catalog a little bit easier to cut through. Oh shit, it was in April? Yeah, it was in April. That was a long time ago. What up, Vanny buddy? Hey, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Looks like I love when I do a longer one because I think that gives more people the opportunity to like join up and shit. Also, I haven't done like a 5-hour stream in a while, so this is a little treat for you guys. You're welcome. Mwah. You can thank my Italy trip. Okay, update, final update, July 24th, 2025. The update itself isn't dramatic. After that last call, we blocked Claire and her whole family, and that was it. No follow-up, no weird texts, no fake apology, nothing. Just silence. And honestly, that silence was kind of the best thing she ever gave me. My husband's been great, not doing too much or trying to overcompensate, just steady. He finally sees how much I was putting up with. He's been more protective in a real way, not just in words. He owns how passive he was before. It doesn't feel like we've been trying to move on. It feels like we're on the same page now. I think the biggest shift is internal. I'm not second guessing myself as much. I'm not trying to win people over who have already decided not to see me. I feel a lot more grounded, and it's because I finally spoke up instead of brushing things off. So yeah, not much drama, but a lot of clarity. Thanks to everyone who commented or messaged. Thank you to everyone who commented or messaged or just listened. I'm probably going to delete this account soon, but this thread honestly helped me more than I can explain. For anyone else dealing with subtle disrespect that makes you question your own gut, you're definitely not imagining it. You're not being dramatic. You don't have to keep being the bigger person just to stay nice. Okay, so nothing insane. More just like more just like confirmation that the husband stepped up even more than he did in this update. I don't remember exactly, but I remember he stepped up quite a bit in this update. Because with this one, I was like, bro, divorce immediately. And I think at the end of this one, I was like, you're doing okay. You're doing okay, I guess. Bless you, Sarby. Did I sneeze? I don't remember that. Oh, you're talking about the way that I organize my videos. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I try to make it easy for you guys, you know? Like, I think those videos would be harder to, like, distinguish, which maybe hurts me in the short term, but I think in the long term, it's better. Because then you guys kind of understand, like, okay, if I see a thumbnail like this, it's this type of video. If I see a thumbnail like this, it's this type of video, you know? And then if I ever do, like, my moving vlog thumbnail, then you guys know, like, it's something completely different, experimental, you know? Okay, you know what, chat? I kind of want to read this one just so that we've knocked out everything. Oh, you know what? This isn't actually a story. This is just, okay, ignore me. I'm dumb. I kind of want to read this one, guys, because I want to just keep kind of going along the wave of, like, knocking out the partial stories, just the updates first. The short version of this is exactly what it sounds like. My 15-year-old idiot kid got his girlfriend pregnant on purpose. The important thing is there was a big question on whether or not the girlfriend's kid is actually OP's son's. So this update is on July 13th. The update before that was June 25th. So this is coming about a little under 3 weeks after the last update that we read. I didn't plan on updating this prior to the DNA test, but I can confidently say we do not need it to know the truth. We will likely still do one if Bree sticks to her story. Only I will go through the courts at this point. We have a family lawyer, and he has advised these updates are fine as long as I do not identify anyone by name, location, etc. I had a lot of helpful messages on here, and I do read them all even if I don't reply. One was from a radiographer who suggested that I look at the measurements of the baby on the ultrasound if I am able to get scan pictures, and then use that to calculate if the baby was 16 weeks on that scan. I have kept that idea in mind if I ever got the chance to see the scan myself. The same Redditor also raised concerns that she only had this one scan at 16 weeks, and there wasn't a 20-week scan again 4 weeks later. All OBs would do a scan at 18 to 20 weeks. Very important info. The one photo we have seen is a photo of a scan, a profile shot of the baby's face at 16 weeks, and there hasn't been another scan since then. We have been playing it safe and being very careful with how we tread around Bree, not wanting to cause any arguments. We have not mentioned this to them yet, and if by chance someone tells them via this post or they know about this post, we don't care. We have nothing to lose since the baby isn't Ollie's, and this is how I know. Bree and Ollie have many mutual friends, but only one other girl, Hannah, who is still friends with both of them from within the group. Hannah believes Ollie is the father because that's what Bree says. But she had a falling out with Bree this week. It led to her talking to Ollie, and then she sent Ollie a video that Bree sent her after the ultrasound in April. Prior to this, Bree had told her not to show him because he wasn't going to be in the baby's life by choice, and all the things she was posting about deadbeat dads. The video shows multiple measurements being done, and I was able to see clearly that the baby measured 19 weeks and the scan was the 20-week scan. There is no way that baby is Ollie's baby. She is due August 26th. Ollie knows all of this and is doing okay. Very angry, but he has the support he needs. What happens now, we don't know, but we know the truth. All we can do is speculate as to why my son was the target of this plan. I know we will likely never know the truth. Yeah, I mean, wasn't the whole thing that she just wanted Ollie to be closer to her? I don't know, man. I'm glad it worked out. I'm glad this is not Ollie's baby. Like, you better hold this over Ollie's head for the rest of his life, bro. Whenever he tries to, if this is Kathy and I'm in this position, Kathy would use this for every situation to be like, remember when I was right and you were wrong? You should probably assume that I am right and you are wrong in this situation. Don't get me wrong, that can get unhealthy. But I also think, like, this dude really did make the bed that he's sleeping in. And he needs to own up that that was a shittily made bed. And he's so lucky it didn't turn out the way that it could have. The way that he intended for it to. The way that it didn't turn out the way that he intended it to turn out. Oh yeah, this I told you so is never going away. As it shouldn't, bro. I mean, he made a massive fucky wucky. And I think it's important to acknowledge, like, he made this in attempts to manipulate the hell out of his family and get them to move from one place to another for a girl. Idiot. Big dumb idiot boy. Coming from also a big dumb idiot boy, maybe not big, but slightly dumb idiot boy. That's a big dumb idiot boy. Kind of feel bad for Ollie. I don't know. I don't feel as bad for him. Like, listen, I get it, but I don't feel as bad for him. Like, he was also not completely innocent, you know? Like, if anything, this should be a wake-up call of like, bro, let's not impregnate immature teenagers because you think they're the love of your life. You know? Hey, Sophie, what up? On my way home right now from a party. Ooh. I do have to say, Sophie, we are on our last story here. We are on our last story, and I'm trying to wrap it up in the next 15 minutes, I'd say. Oh, got gifted a membership by chance and visibly was excited and showed my boyfriend. Cute. Cute, 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 cute. Well, I'm glad you got gifted a membership. I'm glad. Oh my God, it's Neve. Neve coming in with a resubscribe with Prime, cutting in those Daddy Bezos profits. Neve has been subscribed for 6 months. Bro's gonna be in European time when I'm finally in American time zone for once. Hey, don't worry, Neve. I'll be back, and then we'll be in. Well, I mean, America has multiple time zones. We'll probably. I think you said you were going to New York, right, or something like that. We probably won't be in the same time zone, but we'll be in closer time zones. Don't you worry. So if you just know the VOD will be wild, yeah, not gonna lie, the VOD on this one's gonna go crazy. Okay, chat. I do want to wrap up. I want to be hanging out with my sister, okay? All right, let's finish strong here. We got a crazy last story, and then we're done. We're chilling. Me and my boyfriend of 3 years just had our first baby. We're white. The baby is black. I have a close black ancestor, but significant other is furious and accusing me of cheating. We have a 26 female OP and a 29 male boyfriend. Original post October 8th, 2015. As the title says, me and my significant other just had our first baby. We were over the moon when we discovered the pregnancy, and we were both really excited to have a child together. We wanted to get married next year, and everything was going great. We were happy. We both have very white, pale skin, blue eyes, brown and blonde hair. However, my great-great-grandpa was black, and some of his features have popped up here and there in our family. Kinky hair, darker skin, more black-looking facial characteristics. My significant other knows this and has seen some of my aunts/uncles and cousins who have those features. I, however, don't have any myself, and neither does my mom. Our daughter was born 5 days ago, and I guess she just got all the dormant genes in me because she's really dark-skinned compared to us with really curly hair. I think she's adorable, but my significant other flipped. He accused me of cheating, that the baby couldn't possibly be his. Hold on, let me finish this actually. I've never given him a reason to suspect me of infidelity, and I've certainly never cheated. We argued about it. I pointed at all my cousins and other relatives who have black features, but he absolutely refused to listen, said our daughter looked too black for that to be a plausible explanation. He stormed out of the hospital, sent me a text an hour later that we were over, and when I got home from the hospital the next day, he wasn't there and most of his personal belongings were gone. I tried to reach him, but he didn't answer my calls or texts until 3 days later when he told me he demanded a paternity test to prove that I was a liar, and if I refuse, I'll never see him again. I'm completely broken down and hurt over this. Our entire relationship has been so sweet and rational. This is completely unlike him. If he had just calmly asked for a paternity test to begin with, I would have been hurt, but I guess I could understand the concerns. Our daughter looks nothing like him. Yeah, see, this is where I'm kind of at. Like, I think he's having a really bad reaction. I also think, though, I kind of, like, not that I want her posting a picture of her baby, but, like, I am very unfamiliar with genetics, so I could be very wrong here, but isn't it kind of wild that with a great-great-grandpa who is black, And I'm assuming if you are extremely white passing, that has very much like, those genes have been like, what is it called? Those genes have become more and more dormant. Like, would it make sense for a baby to like, I just don't know genetics like that. Like, would it make sense for a baby to be able to come out just like completely different skin tone from both the parents to a degree that would result in a reaction like this? Yeah, this is how I feel too, Citrus Ghost. I can somewhat understand the reaction, but he does need to listen to the girlfriend. That's what I'm thinking too, Citrus Ghost, is I can see him being like, okay, this is a little suspicious. I need a paternity test. But I also think he's overly freaking out about this if he knows that there's at least a chance that this is something that can happen with her genetics. But I don't know. Okay, it can happen. It's just a recessive gene or something. Short answer, it's complicated. Long answer, it's still complicated. That's how I feel about it. It can happen. Okay, so you guys are basically saying, yes, it can happen. So this isn't, because like, listen, I think too, if me and my partner are white and they have African-American descendants, but like they don't necessarily show it, and we have a baby and that baby comes out darker and not necessarily looking like me, I could understand like, hey, I just want a paternity test just to be like, just to make me not have anxiety about this. And I think that's fair and valid. I think there should never be, I hate that shit. I don't agree with that shit about like, oh, every man should get a paternity test. That's stupid. That's misogynistic. That's bullshit. But if there's like maybe a little bit of a question mark, and for you to feel more at ease, the paternity test would relieve that anxiety. I actually think it's pretty okay. What's always wild about these stories to me is how people can do a 180 on their partner. Well, TDD, I think where this might be going is he might be getting cold feet. And this is just a manifestation of him not actually wanting a kid and now having an excuse to not actually have to take care of that kid. You know what I'm saying? Let me keep reading this though. If he'd calmly asked for a paternity test to begin with, I would have been hurt, but I guess I could understand the concerns. Our daughter looks nothing like him, but I don't think our relationship can survive this, even when I proved to him I wasn't lying. Should I go through the test or just cut my losses here and raise her alone? I mean, I think you should just go through the test, if anything, to prove him wrong, you know? Also, I think it's important to go through the test because if you guys do end your relationship, you're still gonna want proof that he's the dad so that he can provide child support. The edit on this is I decided to get the test done. I'll update you all when I get the results. I'm still angry, but I guess I understand him a bit better now. Okay. This is basically just people saying exactly what I said about getting a paternity test in case you need child support proof. Okay. I don't think this adds anything extra, so I'm going to skip it. But there is a comment asking about OOP, or there is a comment from OOP where she elaborates on her family history. 4 generations back, my great-grandma and all her siblings look really black. My grandma less so. My mom's generation is the first to have completely white-looking kids, and I don't... My friends joke that I think this is in reply to something that we don't get context for. OP says, and I don't think so. My friends joke that my butt is so big, I must have inherited that. But I don't think big butts are an actual racial trait, just more of a stereotype. Plenty of white girls with big booties. Okay, so that part's not even that important. But yeah, I don't know if that clarifies anything to me. Because pretty much from your guys' chats, I'm kind of understanding that genetics are weird. And like, yeah, is this super common? No, but it is possible with genetics. I'd buy that kid a lottery tickets all the time. That's honestly a good move. Yeah, I think, like, don't get me wrong, I kind of understand OP's, like, don't get me wrong, I understand OP's husband being like, this is a little bit weird and will make me insecure. But I think what y'all are saying in chat is 100% correct of like, it's all about the reaction. You know? Accusing your partner of cheating isn't something you should just do lightly whenever you feel like it. Don't get me wrong, I think he has a reason to be a little question mark suspicious, but there was a mature way to go about it when giving your partner the benefit of the doubt, when also there's an explanation of the fact of like why it is the way that it is. Ooh, partner certainly giving racist? That could be the case too. That could 100% be the case. Yo, let's just rip the updates. Let's rip the update, chat. I'm curious where this is going. Also, chat, this is really funny to me because this was posted on my birthday, and then the update was posted on my older sister, or excuse me, on my younger sister's birthday. I don't know. Yeah, one of those the universe is talking to you moments. Maybe I should text my sister and tell her I said hi. Okay, here we go. Update, October 13th, 2015, 5 days later. First of all, I want to thank all the commenters who helped me see my significant other's side and calmed me down enough to take the test. Well, the results are in, and of course, she's his. The whole process was absolutely ridiculous. I got an appointment with the doctor and texted significant other the time and location. He didn't answer, but showed up. And the entire time, he didn't say one word to me. And he didn't want to touch or even look at the baby. Yeah, see, that is a little suspicious to me. And left as soon as they'd taken his sample, despite the doctor asking him to stay so we could go over a few things. Once he left, I just broke down, and I must say the doctor was really nice, didn't judge me or accuse me of anything, just calmly went over how the test works and told me babies are often born darker than they actually end up being. Baby was an absolute champ, barely fussed when they drew her blood. I got the results yesterday. I texted significant other the news and asked if he wanted to come over and open it with me. After almost half an hour, he finally responded, yes, he'd like to come over. I'm thinking he either sent it while on his way or he's not staying very far away because he was here in about 15 minutes. Well, we opened it and read the positive test together. He turned white like a sheet and then just started bawling. I had to shush him because he was crying so loudly. And finally, I got an explanation for his flip out. I mentioned in a comment on the old post that he was an only child to his very old parents. His dad died a few years ago, and his mom lives alone a few hours' drive from us. I haven't met her often, but she seemed pleasant enough. Turns out, she hates me. Absolutely hates my guts, and always has. I had no idea about this. She's always acted kind of snobby, sure, but I had no idea she disliked me this much. When my significant other called her to tell her the good news 8 months back when we discovered the pregnancy, she started crying. He never told me this. And as the months passed, she continued being super negative about the whole thing, saying she doubted the baby was actually his. I was below them. Poor people cheat because they're raised in a fucked up environment, in parentheses, WTF, question mark, exclamation point. And instead of talking to me about this, significant other kept silent, while constantly doubting me more and more. Baby being black just put the final nail in the coffin that his mother was right and I was a good-for-nothing cheating bitch. I mean, listen, does this mom suck? 100%. But like, where's the communication here, bro? Like, if my partner's family member hates me, I need to know that shit. Like, now we're not even in territory of him and his bad reaction to this whole situation, but also this dude wasn't communicating an important thing to you, which is that his mother hates you and is actively accusing you of cheating on him just because you don't come from the same wealth class as them. I think that's pretty important information to have about someone you're gonna marry. After telling me all this, we just sat in silence for a while. Finally, he asked if he could hold the baby. I was still angry as hell, but decided that holding her was his right. He's her father after all. I went and got her from her crib, let him have her, and he started crying again, which scared her, and she started crying too. So they were just sitting there bawling together for a while. Finally, he stopped, handed her back, and asked if he could come home. I was kind of taken aback. I didn't expect him to just flat out ask that already. I laid out everything I said in the last thread, how insanely disrespectful and childish he's been, how he'd horribly broken my trust, hadn't talked to me about his mom's poisonous and ignorant comments, completely ignored me for 3 days, not telling me where he is or if he's even alive, and then he just waltzes in and tries to start living here again. I told him if he ever wanted to have some inkling of a chance of mending the relationship we have, to go to couples therapy ASAP. From now on, he will answer my calls and messages unless there's an emergency. He will not be staying here for a while, and finally, he needs to tell his mom to back the fuck off. She will not be seeing the baby until she apologizes to me in person. First off, good on OP to lay their whole dick on the table. Second, I don't think they should let this mom anywhere near the baby. I think this needs to change to, you need to go no contact with your mom. And tell her and give her the middle finger. He immediately agreed and finally told me how sorry he was for the whole fiasco. I'm not sure if I can forgive him for this, but I'm gonna try. We had an amazing life before this, and I hope that with a lot of work, we can have it again. Significant other also finally told me that he was staying in a hostel, but it's not very expensive, so he can stay there a while longer. Baby is doing great considering how much... Baby is doing great considering how many stress hormones she must be drinking from me these last few days. Her hair is falling out, but the doctor told me it was normal, and babies often lose most or all the hair they're born with. I'm hoping her new hair will grow in blonde. That will make her even cuter. That would make her even cuter. I applaud OP for trying to salvage it, especially because there's a kid involved. I don't know, maybe if everything else has been hunky-dory with him, he has a shot, but low-key, I doubt that if he's a little mommy's boy, not communicating shit to his partner, and like jumping from 0 to 100 without giving the partner the benefit of the doubt when he knows that there's a possibility of like, when he knows that there's a possible explanation, or maybe not knows, but when he should know that there's a explanation for what he's upset about that makes sense. I don't know if that's someone you want to be able to work things out with, but I don't know. I do have to say, when there's a kid involved, I think it's noble to try to fix it. Maybe they can come back to it, but to be honest, I kind of want OP to update and be like, yeah, had to snip, chop that bitch. Maybe it's on his way to have some internalized racism. I mean, I don't know. Now knowing the backstory, I don't know if it really came from racism, but what I will say is he was influenced by a racist individual and allowed that to happen. That's why I'm saying I don't think the mom should be anywhere involved in this. Like, let's be honest. If anybody's racist in this story, it's 100% the mom. So, like, I do think OP needs to change it from your mom needs to apologize to your mom is going to have nothing to do with this child's life ever. Hey, what up, Kim Vamp? Kim Vamp, I feel bad because this is the end, chat. This is the end of the live. Y'all, I gotta hop off, chat. I gotta go hang out with my sister. She's off of work now. I want to go hang out with her. We're gonna go shopping a little bit. I'm gonna take her to a nice vegan place because she's vegan. Chat, that's a wrap. I will not be live again until, well, okay, that's a lie. If I'm in Italy and I have decent Wi-Fi and I'm bored and I'm just like, fuck it, I'm gonna go live, I'll go live. But I wouldn't expect that to happen. I would bank on this being the last live stream until I get back in September on the 1st. Even then, I would expect, like, I'm gonna be jet lagged and shit, so I wouldn't expect a live stream the 1st or 2nd of September. I would expect one like the 3rd of September. That's, although who knows, maybe I haven't honestly traveled in between drastic time zones in a while. So who knows, maybe I'll kick that shit to the curb real easy, you know, but who knows. Eat lots of pasta in Italy, I will. Don't you worry, guys, there will be a vlog coming for that. There will be a vlog. It'll be a great vlog. It will be the best. It will be the best vlog you've ever seen. Hopefully America doesn't hit more shit. Hopefully America doesn't get more shitty. I might just stay in Italy, high-key. Order a PC and start streaming from there. Alrighty, guys. I will see you guys in the next stream, which is in 2 weeks. Everybody have a good 2 weeks. Please don't leave me forever. I would be very sad. All right. Bye, guys. Mwah.